right, Rockfin, let's go.
Doobie-doobie-doo. 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 I'm your host, Sabrina Salvati. Doobie-doobie-doo. 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 I'm your host, Sabrina Salvati. Doobie-doobie-doo. 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 I'm your host, Sabrina Salvati.
All right. Happy Tuesday, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, it is election night, a very important night to many of you. We do plan to do, I cannot talk. I do plan to cover the midterm coverage tonight. I also have two news stories as well. So tonight's going to be a little bit different. We're going to hop around here and there, pop into a couple of conversations over at MSNBC, Fox News, maybe even Roland Martin, just to give you a different perspective and so you can see what people are saying. But welcome to Sab's podcast. I'm your host, Sabrina Salvati. If you are new, I want to let you know that Sab's podcast is a part of Revolutionary Blackout Network. You can catch me there on Tuesday, Thursday, and Fridays. And you can catch me here Monday, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays. Tonight is election night. And shout out to all of you watching on YouTube, Rockfin, and Twitter. I want to give quick shout outs to people in the chat. So let's go ahead and get into it. Shout out to Patty Anderson, who just became a Sabby member. Let's give Patty a big whoop, 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 whoop. That's right. What's going on? Hannah G says, what did Ro do now? LOL. You will see. You will see. Greetings, Miguel says, peace. Shout out to Oz. It is going to be a Dem slaughter tonight. Nobody wins again. You know, it's interesting. So I did vote today. Quick in and out, like voting here, at least where I live in Massachusetts, voting here is very quick for the most part. Like when I lived in South Carolina, it was not that way. We would have to stand in line for a long time. But here it's more efficient. It's faster. It's quicker. We have paper ballots. So that's another thing, too. But I noticed like when I went to vote today and we voted the school, it was me and like 5 other senior citizens. That's it, at least for my ward. So we're separated by ward here when in reference to voting. So for my ward, it was me and 5 other senior citizens. No line. So I don't know how it has been in your district. Let me know in the chat. But for my area, I can tell you in particular, the turnout was not huge. The turnout has been low, and it was actually lower than I thought it would be. So that's been my experience so far. Sebras, Hannah G. I think Rose said CNN's anchors can have their own views because they aren't owned by corporations. Oh, isn't that nice? We're going to get into that. We're going to get into Ro Khanna's statement. Shout out to See the Change, who's a Sabby member. Hey, comrades. Great to see everyone. Driving, but I'm listening in. Greetings, Allie. I voted extra hard today for third party and independence in the duopoly. Same. So when I voted today, I voted for Green Party candidates, the ones that were, on the ballot. I voted Green, and I voted for the ballot initiatives. All of the other candidate races that were only Democrat or Republican, I just left blank. I don't know. And here it's different because they give you a paper ballot, but then you have to walk over to an assistant and they take your ballot and they help you put it through this little machine that says submitted. And I know that woman looked at my ballot because like when I handed it to her, she just kind of looked down and I know she probably was like, did she even answer all of these? But yeah, like, you know, my main thing was to go out there and vote for the third party independent candidates and to heavily vote for those ballot initiatives. That's why I was there today. Shout out to Butter Cookie. Party time. That's right. I live a little pup in a tutu. I asked my husband if we could, one day get a dog. And I said, if we get a little dog, can I dress it up and give them clothes and take them to like a little doggy like spa and things like that? And he said no. He said dogs are not supposed to wear clothes. Shout out to Sebastian says, hey, y'all. What's going on? Eric T. Red, who's a Sabby member. Election results are in. Big win for billionaires and megacorps as always. Greetings, Roman says, I just came from trolling Hal Sparks. His people have denial in a serious way. Yes, I've seen them. Shout out to Robert says, no party time. Greetings, Welch's Grape says, doobie doobie doo. What's going on? Hassan says, voted third party only. I'm so proud of you guys. I really am. That's right. Woo! Do the thing, Hassan. Shout out to McGruff says, woo! Greetings, Nancy says, hello. Shout out to CBC Voter says, happy Tuesday, Sabby Sabs. Shout out to Little Rock Elevator says, hello, hello, hello. I won't start that song again tonight. What's going on? Dan says, out of my time out. Ha. I don't know what that's about. I didn't time you out. Greetings Gamer says, hello. Shout out to Kim says, hi, Sabby. What's going on, Melody? I voted. Greetings Notori sends fire and love. Shout out to Rick says, hey, y'all. What's going on? Gore, son of none says, happy Democracy Death Day, y'all, man. I feel dumb. I always felt having a vote was democracy. Like that sarcasm there, don't you? What's going on, Bling Girl? Jink's latest tweets are chef's kiss. I saw them. I've seen them again. I've seen them today. What's up? She's black. I voted for Asata Shakur. Write-in candidate. That's right. That's right. What is going on? Sherry says, hello, Sabby chat peeps. Greetings, Lee. Hey, all. Felt good voting third party today. Yeah, it's very different when you go in to vote and you're not doing like this vote blue no matter who vote and you walk away with some type of shame, right? It's so different when you're just voting strictly with your conscience and for what you believe in. And it is a good feeling. Don't let anyone else tell you different. What's going on? Cryosynth voted Diane Sayre and the rest of the ballot can pound sand. Yeah, so on Twitter today, I know a good number of people voted for Diane because I saw their pictures. The people took pictures of the ballots and showed people like, voted for Diane Sayre today. That's right. Greetings, Tulsi. Get those ballots in and vote harder. Hashtag Oregon Measure 112. You'll have to tell me what that ballot measure is. My memory fails me. What's up, Jonathan? I'm a Marxist-Leninist and I voted for Greg Abbott because Robert needs to get the fuck out of here. See, this is, and this is another one. I saw another tweet today who's I believe she's an RBN subscriber. She tweeted earlier today that for the first time in her life, she voted Republican because like the way the Democratic Party handled, like, or be careful how I say this, but handled the lockdowns during the pandemic. And apparently she either works in the school system or she has kids in the school system. So that's how she ended up voting. Now, I didn't tell you guys to vote Republican. I told you to vote third or independent. But as I mentioned on Rising, I already knew some Bernie supporters that were going that way. What is up, McFullen Lovin? Voted green in each rate I could. Wrote in myself for Congress. LOL. I love it. You gotta love it. Shout out to Fed Up. Dems are shaking in their boots tonight. Blame black men. Yeah. Stacey Abrams is doubling down with that, by the way. She's still out here blaming black men. Well, I don't know, Stacey. You know, it could just be part of the fact that if people are choosing to support Warnock, but they're not choosing to support you, it could be just you. It could be just you. A lot of these races are close tonight. So I can't wait to get into that. I'm actually going to start off with these confrontation events that happened this week. So we're going to get into that first. Then we're going to dip into the midterm elections. Then we're going to dip out. We're going to go into the Ro Khanna story, and we're just going to kind of do this back and forth thing. I don't like to stay on like one topic for too long. And I've done these or watched these election live streams before with people where they have like these watch parties, and you're just sitting there watching them watch someone else the entire time. And I can start to feel lethargic and my attention span starts to go away. So we're just going to dip in and dip out. We're going to play the hokey pokey. That is what we are going to do. What are we going to discuss tonight? I want to go ahead and share my thumbnail here. Boop, 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 boop. Okay. That is not the right thumbnail. Hold on. That's the one from last night. I think I accidentally, did I download the wrong thumbnail? How did I? Oh, I didn't download the wrong thumbnail. I just highlighted the wrong thumbnail. Okay, let's try this again. Boopity boop boop. Okay, for realsies this time. Tonight, we are discussing, of course, midterm elections. And I do have Fetterman and Oz and Walker and Warnock there because those races are extremely close. So we will be tuning in there. I'm also going to discuss Ro Khanna lies on CNN. Yes, he did. And I'm going to debunk his lie. We're going to do a little bit of data tonight. And we're also going to discuss Kamala, Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, and Bill Clinton confronted. Not all at once, by the way. Not all at once. So before we dive in, I want to go ahead and give a shout out to Sabby patrons. You guys keep it real. You're doing the damn thing. I really do appreciate the support here. If you're interested in being a Sabby patron, I have 5 categories: members, Sabbies, Sabsters, Sabinators, and of course, the ultimate. Thank you guys so much. I really do appreciate your support. You can also see their names scrolling across the bottom of the screen throughout the night on the ticker there. And I also want to give a special shout out to a new Sabby patron. Let's go ahead and give it up for Keegan Anderson, who is a newbie. Shout out. Thank you guys so much. Really do appreciate that. For reals. Okay. Let's get started with these confrontation videos. I hope you guys get a kick out of this tonight. So as you know, there have been protesters that have been going to these rallies, these midterm rallies that have been hosted by Joe Biden, Obama, Bernie Sanders. They're pulling out all the stops, right? And part of this, or some of the protesters are a part of Diane Sayre's group, right? The LaRouche group. And some of them are not, right? So recently, they decided to confront Joe Biden. You got to see this. This is epic. Obviously, a lot of these protests are in reference to the U.S. sending more money to Ukraine, getting us closer towards a nuclear conflict, which is what I would hope the majority of us do not want. So I feel they have every right to call out these politicians when they have the opportunity to do so. So first up is the Joe Biden call out video. Let's see how Joe handles this.
President Biden! Pope Francis has opened up the Vatican for peace talks. Will you negotiate, sir? Nuclear war must never be fought and cannot be won. Will you negotiate? Sir! Will you negotiate? Russia and China have a no first strike policy. What about America?
That's more like my generation.
How about the Democrats were anti-war and anti-colonialism?
All right.
Friends, get out of here. Thank you.
I'm with you. Hey, anyway.
Anti-colonialism.
The war between Ukraine and Russia must be brought to
the
an
next couple of
end.
years
There are
is going to have
American
more to
troops
do
on
with
the
what this
ground
country
in
looks like 20 years
Ukraine.
from
It
now.
puts us in danger of Russia. We want negotiations.
Well, let Joe talk, okay? We're going to talk about it.
He said, let Joe talk, okay? Let Joe talk. Now, those of you who were with me last night, you saw that debate between Joe Biden and Bernie Sanders from the 2020 election, right? Wasn't Joe Biden much more sharper then than he is now? Just keep that in mind. I like to point that out to people.
We need peace, not war.
Look, this election isn't a referendum, it's a choice. It's a choice between two fundamentally different visions of America.
No war.
So he says this election is a choice between two fundamentally different divisions in America. But they are calling out war. These protesters are calling out the conflict with Russia and Ukraine. And when it comes to war, there really isn't that much of a division between both of those parties because they're both pro-war. Now, there may be different wars that they agree to, but at the end of the day, both parties support it because war is profitable. So Joe Biden's statement here doesn't ring true, and it also has nothing to do with what they are protesting about.
I've said from the beginning.
This election isn't a referendum, it's a choice.
Nuclear war cannot be won. It cannot be fought. You are playing with all of our lives. You are trying to get us into a confrontation with Russia. You are trying to get us into a nuclear war with Russia. You gave into office economic.
Get out of here.
You exploited it on a proxy war with Russia. You are trying to kill us all.
I tell you, I love that.
Nuclear blackmail.
Mr. President, will you
get it
please
done for
reaffirm
years.
the statement that
Big
a nuclear
Pharma.
war cannot
Big
be
Pharma
won and
almost
must not
always
be
stopped
fought?
this. But not this year. This year, Big Pharma lost and the American people won.
We're on the brink of nuclear annihilation.
We put
The best thing to do if you are in this situation is to just go ahead and address the issue. Because these protests, I don't think they should stop, right? But the more you avoid it, or the more you try to talk over them, or you switch the subject, he's trying to talk about Big Pharma now, the more guilty you look. And this is why I say avoidance should never be the answer. What, you think people are going to stop asking you about this conflict because you're choosing not to respond? No, more people are going to keep asking you, and you just make yourself look more guilty.
put a cap of $2,000 a year on prescription drugs for seniors, no matter what their cost. 2, 10, 12, 15. Oops, stepping on them.
You see that? You see that, right? Watch this. I don't know what's happening here, but Joe seems to have either lost his footing or seems to be a little bit confused.
Seniors, no matter what their cost. 2, 10, 12, 15. Oops, stepping on them. It's black. Anyway.
What's black? What's he talking about? Does this look like the same person that you watched on my show last night? The video you saw last night from 2020. Does this look like the same person to you?
15. Oops, stepping on them. It's black. Anyway.
What's black? And yet the Democratic Party continues to run cover for Joe Biden and try to pretend like he's not in cognitive decline. It's very clear. This is not the first time we've seen him have these kind of hiccups, right? There was a time when Joe Biden tried to shake someone's hand who wasn't there. There was a time when Joe Biden recently was trying to walk off the stage when he was supposed to be at the podium and Kamala Harris had to come and bring him back. This is the person who's president of this country, and this is a problem. This is definitely a problem. But shout out to those protesters because, like I said, they're doing the damn thing. Now, this was posted by Daniel Burke. So he's a part of, that was weird. He's a part of the LaRouche movement as well. But it wasn't just Joe Biden that has been confronted. You know, this was one hell of a week because also Kamala Harris was confronted again. Different event. Now, this event took place in UCLA, still a part of this come out and vote for the midterms tour that a lot of these politicians are doing. And this gentleman actually called in last night to my call-in show right after he left this event, telling me, listen to what just happened to me at this event. And it was a scary moment for him, he said. Like, he was literally walking and talking on the phone, calling into my call-in show, telling what happened. He had just left that event. So pay attention to this video here. Again, same situation. People still concerned about them leading us more toward or closer towards a nuclear war. And Kamala Harris doesn't really want to answer this question either. Again, they just make themselves look worse. So check out this confrontation here.
Vice President Kamala Harris!
We got a day and a half to see it through. We got a day and a half to see.
Eric, can we use a volume booster on this one? Thank you. Thank you.
Vice President Kamala Harris!
We got a day and a half to see it through. We got a day and a half to see it through. So,
Vice President Kamala Harris!
we got a day and a half to see it through. We got a day and a half to see it through. So let's look at where we are now, because here we are, all of us together.
Why do we have
I love our democracy.
You see this? You see this person right here saying no one can hear you? You see the problem with the mob mentality? See, one of the things that this gentleman told me last night when he called in is that they actually have people out in the crowd in plain clothes that are actually there to shut people up. This is what he told me last night. That they're already like threatening people. If you say something, we got you. So just be aware of that for those of you going out to protest. Some of the people in the crowd are actually a part of the administration. Keep that in mind. Just wearing plain clothes. You know, like when we were in undergrad and there were like all those different frat parties and stuff like that. And there used to be the ALE officers. And for those who don't know what that means, that's alcohol law enforcement officers. And they would come to like frat parties and stuff and they would wear plain clothes. But it was very obvious that they were not in college. They were not undergrads. They would not dress the way that college students were dressed. They really stood out even though they thought they were trying to blend in. It's like that. So just keep that in mind.
Hey, listen, we got a day and a half to get things done, and we're not going to get distracted with the job in front of us. We're not going to get distracted because there's far.
So Kamala Harris is saying that she's not going to get distracted. I'm sorry, but last time I checked, a nuclear war is not a distraction. That's not a distraction. Listen, you guys voted this way. Your administration made these mistakes. Your administration decided writing letters, pulling back letters. Your administration is responsible here for this. This is not something you can point towards the Republicans and blame them on this. If you vote that way, if you're part of the administration that is making these decisions, you need to be brave enough and bold enough to answer the questions when the people ask you why you are doing what you are doing. And if you cannot do that, then maybe you should not be in that position. I said this before, and I still stand by it. Kamala Harris was never ready to be vice president in this country. Let's go on.
Too much at stake. So let's think about where we are right now. We are a day and a half out from an election where we have all, so many of us,
will only bring death and destruction. Stop escalating and engage in peace talks.
You see how brainwashed, you see how brainwashed the American people are? You see the mob mentality? Like I told you before, some of these people in this crowd probably didn't even go out and vote today. Let's just be real. Some of the people in this crowd probably didn't even go out and vote for the Democratic Party today. Some of those people are just there so that they can take pictures or they can get on TikTok and show people, look, I got to meet Kamala Harris. Don't believe me? 10,000 people came out to see Bernie Sanders for his rally here in Boston for his 2020 campaign. Guess what? All of them didn't come out and vote for Bernie. All of them didn't come out and vote at all. So that it just, this is the cult of personality. They just want to be there and say, oh, I got to see Kamala Harris. That's what this is about. So because Kamala Harris has the title that she has, they are willing to ignore this gentleman when he's actually saying the truth. And they're willing to listen to the politician puppet up here who is steadily gaslighting and continually to mislead the American people. If the roles were reversed, make no mistake, if Kamala Harris did not have the title that she has, and she was the one in the crowd yelling these truths here, and the gentleman in the crowd was the one on the stage and had the vice president title, you would see the same thing. They would be booing her, and they would be wanting to hear him and cheering on him. This is why you cannot make politicians celebrities. And that is exactly what has happened. As soon as Kamala Harris became vice president of the United States, there are all these magazine covers, first Black Asian woman, this. She did it for all women. Oh, great. It's great to see a woman in that position. They put them up on such this high pedestal. And it makes a lot of people in this country feel that those people can do no wrong. Even if they may question some of the decisions that they do make, because they've been put on this pedestal as a celebrity instead of someone who's supposed to serve the people that challenge that individual, those people are going to be looked down upon. Instead of the politician in office that is actually implementing legislation that is hurting you. That's the cult of celebrity.
Keep on! Just keep on!
Let's talk about Karen Bass and what we're here to do. So we have an election in a day and a half. How many people voted in 2020? Okay, so now we are.
So that was Kamala Harris's confrontation. And that's not the first one. She had another one a couple of days ago when she was here in Boston. Now she is there in LA to get people to come out for Karen Bass. And that is another race that is particularly close as well. So we'll see how that goes as well tonight. But then there was also Bill Clinton. Now, Bill Clinton was confronted about a different issue. Watch this. Watch this. Bill was not expecting this shit. Watch.
Any comments on the alleged allegation of your connection with Jeffrey Epstein?
Can you use volume booster for this one, Eric? Thank you.
Any comments on the alleged allegation of your connection with Jeffrey Epstein? No. Any comments on the alleged allegation of your connection with Jeffrey Epstein? No.
So what he asked him was, can you comment on your relationship with Jeffrey Epstein? Now, pay attention to this guy who's next to him. Watch this.
Any comments on the alleged allegation of your connection with Jeffrey Epstein? No.
Did you see that? So this guy, he peeks his head in here. I'm assuming he's a part of his Bill Clinton's team. He peeks his head in and his ear in, and he says, no. He says to Bill Clinton, basically telling Bill Clinton to tell the gentleman no. Watch this. See, I'm really big on watching nonverbal cues. So let's pay attention to the body language here.
Any comments on the alleged allegation of your connection with Jeffrey Epstein? No.
You see that? You see that smirk? What does that say to you? Why is he smiling? Whether you're guilty or not in relationship to Jeffrey Epstein, why would you smile at that? I don't know. To me, that looks a little sick. Right? Right? Okay. Goes on. So he said, I think the evidence, hold on. I'll show you here. Let me let it finish and I'll show you. I just want you to, there's certain things I want you to pay attention to. Now, there's already a gentleman here. Watch this guy swoop in. Watch him.
Allegation of your connection.
See, he pushed this guy out the way so he can swoop in. You see this? You see the protection? See that, right? Again.
With Jeffrey Epstein?
That right there, that says a lot to me. And what he said after this, I'm just going to come out here so you can see it because the volumes are a little bit low on that. And this was from Juan. I confronted Bill Clinton at the rally he held. By the way, this rally was with Henry Cuellar. That's right. The politician who is who's anti-choice. Okay. He was the one that ran against Jessica Cisneros. No, right? Yeah. And Jim Clyburn and Nancy Pelosi went down to Texas to help Henry Cuellar get elected, not Jessica Cisneros. This is why I say all this talk about we got to protect a woman's right to choose is bullshit. If they really cared about that, why would you be going against the Democrat candidate who was pro-choice? Why? Because Henry Cuellar is corporate, very corporate, and they like that. So they have to keep him. So Juan goes on to say, I confronted Bill Clinton at the rally he held with Representative Cuellar in Laredo about his alleged connections to child sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein. So what he said at the end here is, I think the answer is clear. That's what he said. So if we go back in here, this part here where he responds, watch this.
I think the evidence is
What does that mean? That's a little strange to me. That's a little strange to me. Little strange. But shout out to those protesters. I told you before, I have a lot of hope for the youth. I think they're doing the damn thing. You guys are like freaking awesome. I'm going to go to some of the comments here, and then we're going to go into one of the discussions about the midterms before we go into video. So thank you for the super sticker, JM. Whoop, whoop. Thank you for the super chat, Nancy. I love your work, Sabby. Thank you so much, Nancy. That's really sweet. Blunts and that name always cracks me up. Blunts and Otters, is RBN doing election coverage or are you hosting tonight, Sabby? Nick and them were live earlier today, I believe. So they may not go live tonight. I'm not sure. I don't think they are going live tonight for election coverage. But they did talk about, I think the topic earlier today was midterms. Greg says, I think he was already in cognitive decline during that debate. They shot him up with stimulants or something. Yeah. Very different now. Very different. Thank you for the super chat, Nancy. So nice to be free. Free Assange now. Well said. JB, my comrades here. Our assumptions are correct. Delthea, both Clinton and Obama are so used to being cheered and loved unconditionally that when they get an unfriendly question or statement, they literally don't know how to act. That's right. They're not used to that. Synthetics. It's because Bill Clinton thinks his elitism should give him immunity from having to answer for anything. Well said. I'll take those comments on Rockfin, Eric. Boop-a-da-boop. Thank you for the tip on Rockfin, Roger. Sabby, regarding no one at the polls today, let me give some perspective. When I was in my early 20s, when we, Gen X, didn't have the internet, let alone mobile internet working, we were not exposed to a lot of info. So other than that, the race for NYC mayor to the west of me, which garners a lot of media attention, I had no idea there were elections beyond the presidential election. I knew there must have been something because I'd see lawn signs on non-presidential election years. I figured those in their early 20s today would at least be aware. But when I asked a 23-year-old customer of mine, do they know there's an election going on in the next couple of days? She had no idea. So when we speak about this thing about most people don't vote, which I asked the question to you, which percentage don't vote because they don't believe in the process? So they don't even bother to show up. And which percentage do you think don't vote because they don't know that there's an election or a non-presidential election year? That's a good question, Roger Meadows. I'm not sure. I know I've heard both from people. Some people have told Sebastian, 21. You're so young, Sebastian. I know some people have told me that they don't vote. Like some of my family members, my extended family members have told me, even years ago, they don't vote because they know it's not going to improve their conditions in their community. So these are my relatives in Baltimore, right? So if you've lived in Baltimore, if you've been to Baltimore, you can understand why they would have that opinion. So there's that. And then there's other people that I know who tell me that they didn't know about it. They just didn't, they're like, really? Was it publicized or was there an ad announcement or anything? So, but I think the largest percentage, if I had to guess, I think the largest percentage are those that they don't think it changes anything for their life. They haven't seen any improvement. They think it's just a scam. So you will hear those, and it goes both ways. Like they're the largest, what I was about to say, dang, I got tripped up. Oh, most Americans don't vote. And it just, some people are so busy within their lives, like, especially like if you're working class and let's say you're working 2 jobs. I mean, if you don't get paid time off or if you don't get like paid sick leave or anything like that, no type of PTO, are you really going to take off a day to go vote? So it's things like that too. And people may say, well, there's no such thing as a job like that. That's bullshit. When I waited tables, we didn't get PTO. I was like, what? When I waited tables, if I took a day off, if I didn't work a shift, I didn't get paid. So these are things people need to think about. So some people are just like, yeah, what's the point? Like, especially for people who are saying, come out and vote for the Democratic Party. Some people who live in these deep blue cities will tell you like, look, I've been living in the hood my whole life. The Democratic Party hasn't helped us. So that's another part of it as well. So that's part of it. Now, and speaking of that, I want you to hear something. Now, Roger Meadows sent this to me. Now, this was from a Twitter space from the New York Times talking about the midterms. There's just a small part of this that I do want to play. I think they may be finally starting to understand why people are not so, I guess, excited to vote for the Democratic Party. Listen to this. Some of it may sound familiar to you.
Conflicted people who, far from desiring a centrist or moderate solution, in fact, are very prone to anchoring effects. That is, being swayed by.
Oh, that's not where I want it. Sorry. Right about there. When Laura starts talking.
2 years kind of barrage of detachable, echoing what was already said. Organizing.
Before
anything
that.
On
there we go.
I want to talk a little bit about how to scale some of these things that you're suggesting, both of you. Imagine it's Wednesday in DNC headquarters in Washington, and they're taking stock of whatever the results are. Maybe there's some serious losses. Maybe I am being overly dire. But they're trying to decide what to do next. And I wonder, where do you think they should put their money? You know, if we're really trying to implement at scale some of these suggestions that you're making, what?
So she's asking, what should the Democratic Party do differently? Where should they put their money to fix some of these issues? Listen to what they say.
What does that look like? Where do you begin? Anna, if you want to take this one, or Anand, you're very welcome to.
I can start. Well, first of all, it wouldn't be the DNC. It would be the D-TRIP and the DSCC and priorities and Senate Majority PAC and the people who are actually firing the big guns. But that's just a side note about where power resides. What I would say is that, first of all, echoing what was already said, organizing, having this relentless air war, and I say this full disclosure as a person who writes, tests, makes, and distributes political ads and sees absolutely a role for television and digital. It's absolutely vital. We cannot leave sort of anything uncovered. I think it's exceptionally important that we not continue to treat politics as this once every 2 years kind of barrage of advertisement, whether that be digital or television or both.
Did you hear that part? The every 2-year event. We talked about this last night, right? I played another audio for you where it was actually Phil Scott. He was talking about talking to his dad. Has the Democratic Party done anything for the African American community? And his dad said, no, they come around every 2 years and say how we need to come out and vote. And then you don't see him again until the next 2 years. So again, this is a Twitter space and it's hosted by the New York Times. Okay. And the young woman speaking right now, Annette, she just told you organizing. And this, and shout out to Roger Meadows for sending me this, because this is what we've been saying all along. That's really where you're going to get the most wins, organizing through the grassroots, not just let's get people to vote every 2 years. That's not where you're going to get those wins. It's a win for the candidate that's running that wins, but not for the people. And over time, people lose interest in the party. And that's exactly what's happening right now with the Democratic Party. They see, yeah, a lot of people came out to vote for Joe Biden, but that was more of a protest vote against Donald Trump. And now they see even some of those same people that supported Joe Biden are fed up and we're tired. People are tired. So people's needs are not being met. And I think the numbers that we're going to see tonight is going to explain a lot. I really do.
But rather actually organize people to understand and be able to internalize their own power. Not for nothing does the sort of detachment of the white working class and the working class more generally, as we're seeing some worrying trends, as I'm sure everybody on this Twitter space knows.
There was something she said here. Let me see if I can go back just a little bit. Did you notice that she said the white working class? Watch this. Okay.
Advertisement, whether that be digital or television or both, but rather actually organize people to understand and be able to internalize their own power. Not for nothing does the sort of detachment of the white working class and the working class more generally, as we're.
Why did she have to separate those two? Listen to this. The sort of detachment of the white working class and the working class. Why did she do that? The sort of detachment of the white working class and the working class. That doesn't make any sense. Why did she do you guys understand what I'm saying? Why didn't she just say the working class? She separated them. Pay close attention to that. Pay attention to the language that they use. That's why I'm glad they have this transcript here as well.
Seeing some worrying trends, as I'm sure everybody on this Twitter space knows, among, for example, men of color. That is part and parcel of the destruction of unions in our country when people had the lived experience of solidarity when people had the lived experience, or more people had, of acting together in union in order to contest power and to make lives better for ourselves and for.
And there's no solidarity in the two parties, at least in the Democratic Party. I can't speak for Republican Party. I've never been a Republican. But in the Democratic Party, there is no solidarity. There's solidarity in unions. There's solidarity when it comes to labor. We've had some solidarity, some wins with labor unions across the country over the past 2 years, but it could be even greater if more people, more laborers were organizing together. And this was something we talked about on RBN during our activist summit. I asked one of the organizers from Starbucks, I said, if the Chipotle in your area wanted to go on strike because they want to unionize, and Chipotle, I gave that example because they've been having a difficult time, wanted to unionize, would you be interested in working with them to help them get that done? And you know what she said? Absolutely. So if we had that crossover where you have the workers from like a Starbucks store that actually did unionize, working with the employees from Chipotle that are trying to do it, but they don't know what to do, or they just keep getting the door shut in their face. And then you have all the fast food workers doing this together, not just McDonald's, but McDonald's employees with Burger King employees and with Wendy's employees, and even Chick-fil-A, although they can be a little bougie sometimes. If all of them work together, can you imagine the demands that they could make if all of them came together as one? So the unionizing and the organizing is key. That's where you're really going to get those big wins. That's where we find solidarity. No solidarity in the Democratic Party, because you have the corporate Democrats, they got their thing. You got the progressive Democrats that came in and they don't even know what they're trying to do anymore. They kind of going along with the corporate Democrats, but still telling the DSA base that they're progressive. Okay, so you have that. Then you have people leaving the Democratic Party. You have African Americans that have been leaving the Democratic Party over the years. There's no solidarity there. So when you look at different groups of people in reference to the Democratic Party, it's hard for everyone to feel that their needs are being met or their needs are being represented. Because right now, I've been talking to a lot of African Americans and African Americans, a lot of us like, look, you guys haven't done anything for the African American community. You guys like make all these promises and nothing has been done. So there's that. You have people who have immigrated to this country that are citizens now and can vote, and they still looking around at like other people who are immigrants in their community, and they're looking at the Democratic Party to the same thing. Look, we've been voting for you for years, and other immigrants in our community, there's no protection for them. The immigration issue still hasn't been fixed. So there's no solidarity in the Democratic Party, but you can get that solidarity through labor. That is important to note.
The generations to come, they had a better understanding of the proposition that the collective is powerful and we ought to have some basic fundamental things in place, like Social Security, like Medicare, like the New Deal programs, which to be sure were impartial and racist and not adequate to actually what was required, but a big step forward in what we had in this country. And
see, I'm glad that she mentioned that she did acknowledge even the New Deal. There was racism with that too, with who those deals benefited and who they did not benefit. So I'm glad that she did acknowledge that.
We actually need to be on the ground in the communities, as has already been lifted up,
we need to be what? See, we need to be on the ground in the communities. What have we been telling you at RBN? On the ground in the communities. And this is something I'm going to say about the Democratic Party. They don't do it. They don't do it. I know. I've lived in blue cities and I've lived in red ones. And I'm just going to tell you, when it comes to organizing on the ground and being a part of the community, the Democratic Party, they don't do it. You know who does do it? The Republicans. I'm not kidding. They're going to those church functions. They're hosting the barbecues. I saw a Republican candidate a couple of months ago. She's a candidate in Florida. Now, I still thought her views were ridiculous. But you know what was different about her? This is somebody who actually feeds the people in her community. She owns has a food bank. She's been doing it for years. She didn't start doing it because she wanted to be a politician. She's been taking care of people in her community for years. That's a big difference. And that's what I'm trying to explain to people. If you look at it a lot of times on the local level, the Democratic Party is not on the ground in the community, helping the community. They only come around when they need your vote. That's a problem.
People and experience of their own power. And that's where the shout out grassroots state-based groups are. That's where they are. That's where, All in Wisconsin is. That's where Ohio Organizing Collaborative. That's where Lucha is. That's where Plan is. That's where We the People in Michigan is. That's where Fair Fight and New Georgia Project are. And I could go on and on and on.
The grassroots state-based groups. That is where the wins are. It's organizations like Cooperation Jackson. It's Tour for the Poor. What Rome does with us at RBN. It's stuff like that. It's doing things like, and I hate to bring Rome up again, but Rome is a perfect example. It's doing things like going to Jackson, Mississippi and dropping off packages and packages of bottled water to people where the U.S. government has failed. Rome did that. It's going to Flint, Michigan and doing the same thing where the U.S. government and the Democratic Party have failed. That's the difference. Those are the people that the community will remember. They're the ones that'll say, oh, yeah, Tour for the Poor is back. Oh, yeah, Cooperation Jackson. Yeah, thank you guys so much. And they may not know all the politicians. They may not know who the city councilors are. They may not know really who the mayor is. They may not know and they may not care. You know why? Because they don't see you. Because you don't help. Because when they need you, you are nowhere to be found. But those organizations and those activist groups, they're the ones that are actually helping the community. Usually it's not the politicians. Now, there are some exceptions, right? But on the Democrat side, usually it is not the politicians. So that is a longer conversation there, but definitely, I don't know if you can give them that link, Eric, that would be great. If they want to listen to, it's a longer conversation, but if they want to listen to that entire discussion, you could put the link to that in the chat. Yeah. So that's that. Now we're going to go ahead and we're going to start a little bit of the election coverage. We're going to start with MSNBC. Like I told you, I want to be fair. We'll look at different networks to see what is up. So we're going to dive in here. Now, this gentleman, you guys know him. He's always on here. I think he wears the khakis all the time. So Steve is going to go ahead and get started here with some election data in real time. So let's dive in here to midterm results and we'll chime in between and let's see how things are going here. Pull up here. I don't know what's up with this music. Sorry, that music was bad. All right, let's go ahead and look. So far, these are scrolling across. Can I stop it? Yeah. Let me go ahead and stop it. So far, we can see North Carolina. So Beasley has 55%. This is for the Senate. And Bud has 43.3%. Now that's North Carolina. Let's go on. He'll be coming back soon. Like I said, we're going to pop in here and out. Tim Ryan is leading the pack here in Ohio for Senate, 62.8%. And Vance has 37.1%. Right now, there's 13% of the vote that's in. So we still have a long way to go in Ohio. And you guys know how those Ohio races can be. That one might be, I think that might be one of the last ones to come in fully, but we will see. That race was also close too when I looked at the polls as well. Steve said he'll be back in 5 minutes. So let's come back to Steve a little bit later. Now we're going to hop on over to Fox News. Let's see what they are talking about. Again, we're going to try to be fair here and show everybody. And I don't know, Fox News doesn't have any sound, apparently. South Carolina. Okay, I was wrong. So one of the races has already been called in Ohio. The governor race, they already called it. Wait a minute. Wait, how did they call this already? Are you guys seeing this? So this race, it says there's 5% in, and they said they already called the race, and they have DeWine as the projected winner, but there's only 5% in. Right. Let me know, Little Rock, am I reading this incorrectly? I don't think so, but that doesn't make any sense. And he actually has less percent than she does right now, unless they already know that there's no way. The difference is 9,455 votes. So again, just keep in mind, he is the incumbent. So chances are, you know, he's the favorable one here because he's already there. But I don't know. Like, that's a little strange. Let's go on. And I don't know why they don't have sound. Oh, skip ahead to live. Maybe that's why. Which one is this one? So this is South Carolina Senate. So we have Tim Scott at 58.5%. Guys, I went to college in South Carolina. I could already told you this was, I mean, it's for the most part, it's a red state. Like, Tim Scott was going to win again. And Matthews has 41.5%. 3% is in, and the race is already called. So this is another one. The difference is 10,954 votes, but they've already called it. What did you say, Bad Cook? Send the text. No. Don't even say that on here because people will be like, what? Bad Cookie said the red wave came true. I guess so. Like, these races are being called pretty early, but like I said, they must already know that when you look at this difference here, the 10,954, they must already know that the remaining votes that are left, the counties that remain, are already Republican counties. That's probably why they said they can go ahead and call it. Let's go on. Okay, this is Vermont. This is a no-brainer here. Welch is being declared the winner here. They've already called it. This is another example where they know that this difference doesn't matter because of the counties that are left. And Malloy here was the Republican candidate. So he's not, Malloy is gone. I'm sorry I'll say it like that, but it's so true. All right. So this is one I am familiar with here. This is also South Carolina. Make sure I'm looking at this right. Yeah, South Carolina. So this is McMaster, 54.6%. They've already called it. And he was going up against Cunningham, 44.4%. So I know people have said some really bad things about McMaster. They think he's terrible. But again, at the end of the day, it comes down to voter turnout. And like I told you, when it comes to the numbers, particularly in South Carolina, the Republicans come out and vote. So they're going to keep him. Some people like the way that he handled the pandemic as well, too. That's another thing about McMaster, that he didn't shut the state down. That might be another factor, guys, as the reason why people vote the way that they do. All right, so we went back to him. So let's go ahead and skip ahead for live. Okay, so again, Vermont, Scott. Whoops. Scott here. This one's already called 77 point. Damn. Whew. 77.7% Scott. By the way, he's the Republican. This is Vermont. That's Bernie Sanders' state. And Siegel, I didn't even know who you were, but I guess we won't. I guess we won't get to know who you are regardless. 17%. Pay close attention here, ladies and gentlemen. Pay close attention. This is Bernie Sanders' state. This is Vermont, right? But Scott is the incumbent, so he does have the advantage. But he pretty much slaughtered Siegel here. Like that's a killing. Good Lord. Okay, that's that. And we'll pop back over to MSNBC in just a second because they should be back to Steve talking. All right, now here's one here. That was also a race that was talked about a lot. This is Ron DeSantis, of course, the Florida governor race. It's already called. See, this is another one. You guys seeing what's happening here? Now, this one has 69% in. His opponent is Christ, 42.5%. And we have Ron DeSantis with 56.9%. And they just called it. Now, this is huge, too. There's over 800,000 difference between the two. But again, this one, I think, is one of the races that came down to how did the governor handle the state during the pandemic? And I think that's another thing for people. I've been hearing it all year from people that was going to be a deciding factor for them in reference to how they vote. Let's pop out of Fox. We'll come back. Let's pop back over to MSNBC. Let's see. Has he moved up yet, or is he still just doing what he's doing? See how this is going. I think he's just walking back and forth. We'll come back to you, Steve. We'll come back. Let's go ahead over to, we're going to go over to Roland Martin and let's hear what he has to say about this.
Element of the Voting Rights Act that addresses racial discrimination in redistricting is up for consideration and is at risk of being dramatically weakened. And so, it's just one example of how the courts are such critical players in the functioning of our democracy. And time and again, the U.S. Supreme Court has had rulings that have really undermined the fairness of our elections and real representation for communities of color.
Yvonne J, we saw, of course, the decision by the Supreme Court, Roe v. Wade, in the Dobbs.
I know they was going to be talking about this. Eric, can you use a volume booster here? I know there's going to be talking about this, right?
So there's a ballot initiative in Kentucky as well?
Yes, there is one in Kentucky. It is similar to the Kansas one in that it is about voters rejecting or approving no right to abortion in the state constitution. So we're hoping that people vote no on that. And, I think that people need to remember that abortion in general is what made the midterm elections competitive. We were expecting a wipeout on the Democratic side, but voters saw what happened with Dobbs. And within a month of that ruling, voter registration was up amongst women in all but 4 states. So people really are motivated, are energized, and we hope that we can carry that to the polls today and see some results that show that reproductive freedom is a winning issue, because we've long said that people want to control their own bodies and make these decisions for themselves and not have politicians inserting themselves in these decisions. So in Kansas, in Michigan, California, Vermont, we are really hoping that we can get positive results for state constitutional amendments on abortion rights.
And Amara, for the movie.
So something I do just want to add here, she was mentioning states that they did something locally. They did it through a legislative amendment to make sure that those rights are protected for women in reference to abortion. But like I said, don't assume that just because a lot of people came out to register and vote right after that overturn, that all those people came out to vote today. And this is the thing, and I've seen this happen before. Typically, the midterms are not a big deal to a lot of voters. Most people just show up to vote for the presidential election. And I told you what my experience was like voting today. It was me and 5 senior citizens. That's it. So I don't know, and I vote in the midterms. That's the thing. And I have never seen that few people. I've never seen that few people. So I don't know. We'll see what else Roland has to say, and then we'll move on to some comments and we'll pop back.
This legislation around critical race theory in schools. We have been through so many organizations. I mean, there's Decarcerate Kansas City, there's Action St. Louis, there's Block by Block Milwaukee. There's so many grassroots frontline organizations that in between elections are working to organize people and educate people on the issues so that when it comes time to vote, we're not just telling people to blindly walk into a voting booth. We are making sure that the electorate, one, the imagination of the electorate has been expanded so that they know what they're demanding, so that they have a sense of what they're looking for, and then they can align that with the candidate or candidates that most closely reflect those values.
So as I predicted, Roland Harris, again, they're talking about they're focusing on the cultural issues instead of focusing on the economic issues. And this is what I've been trying to explain to people. The number one issue for voters, according to the poll, is the economic issue and inflation. And this is a typical Democratic Party playbook move right here, man. This is what they do. They come in and it's like, let's just focus on this and let's ignore what's happening with the economy. And no, they have not addressed that in the way that they should. And I think that will hurt them. Let's go to some of the comments here. I'm going to bounce to that Ro Khanna story, and then we're going to check back in and look at the results. Let's do it. Let's go. Hit that like button, guys, if you haven't had a chance to do so. That helps me with the algorithm. Tulsi says, or Tulsi Gabbard is a PSYOP, says, Sabby Oregon Measure 112 amends the state constitution to prohibit slavery as punishment for crime. Interesting. Wow, that's huge. That's huge. Thanks for the super sticker, Aberdeen71. Thank you so much for that. Robert, my hope is that the railroad workers strike and cause a cascading strike of truckers, port workers, and then it makes it possible to achieve what seems impossible right now. That's my hope too. Absolutely. E. Rogel, what about John Conyers fish fry? Shout out to Tiz the Reason, who just became a Sabby member. Whoop, whoop. Shout out, and welcome. Thank you for this as well. Just found this channel a couple of days ago. Good stuff. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thanks for the super chat, Dave. They might be calling it because mail-in is more blue. That's another good point, Dave. Another good point. JB, hey Sabs, are your eyes hurting from rolling them so much at liberals? Mine hurt. Yeah, you could say that, JB. You could say that, JB. Let's go ahead to Rockfin comments, and then we'll get into this Ro Khanna story here. Thank you for this tip on Rockfin, Roger. Sab, don't worry about the protesters will continue to grow and proliferate. I do at least respect that the suits did not remove LaRouche when expressing the First Amendment right to the VP. Sabby, brother Phil Scott did a podcast on how Karen Bass was ignoring her own community in favor of Latinos. He should have told Bill, yes, it is clear that you are a child molester. Wow. Thank you for this tip as well. New York Times can start changing that by bringing back the labor section in their paper, which has now been supplanted by the business section. But for all their talk of bringing back democracy, they didn't even allow input from the listeners. This was all unidirectional, so they still have no clue. They should have said multiracial working class, not separate the two. Yep, I got state by state strategy from GOP. You guys hear that? All right, so let's go ahead and dive in here at this Ro Khanna story. We're going to do it. We're going to do the thing. So Ro Khanna decided to have an appearance here on CNN, and Ro Khanna decided to lie about who owns CNN and corporate money. Let's go ahead and dive right in. Again, I can't make this up. He made it too easy.
That kind of reflection.
Well, let's talk about one of those social media companies. Over the weekend, in response to something that Secretary Hillary Clinton tweeted, Elon Musk tweeted a link to some baseless report about, and here it is, about a relationship potentially or something about Paul Pelosi. He later deleted it, but what does this episode tell us about how he likely intends to manage this platform. What do you take away from this episode?
Well, I hope what Elon Musk will do is create an independent governance structure for Twitter. I agree that we need to remove the many bots on Twitter. That actually is a problem in the conversation. But beyond that, just like CNN doesn't have corporate owners making decisions of who can come on your news program, and just like the Washington Post isn't run by Jeff Bezos, we need to make sure that Twitter isn't run by the corporate owner, but has independent governance boards and principles.
Okay, wait a minute. So there's two things there that he said that he needs to backtrack on. Let's address the corporate money issue first, and then we'll come back to the other issue.
Independent governance structure for Twitter. I agree that we need to remove the many bots on Twitter. That actually is a problem in the conversation. But beyond that, just like CNN doesn't have corporate owners making decisions of who can come on your news program, and just like...
Is that true? I beg to differ. We'll get back to the rest of it in just a second. I want to show you something. CNN doesn't have corporate owners that make decisions about who can come onto the news program. Really? Is that why you see so many socialists and Marxists on CNN? Because last time I checked, you don't see them. Is that why? What are the voices? Who do you hear on CNN? They bring on liberals. Anytime they brought on someone that was from Bernie Sanders' campaign, it was to attack them. It was to criticize them. And I never have seen anyone further to the left than that on CNN. So you would never see me on there. You know what I mean? Like if I came on there and I said, capitalism sucks. And this is what happens when you live in a capitalist society. And I told them that people should embrace social. If I came on there and said that, do you think they would let me stay on CNN? Absolutely not. Even someone like Bernie Sanders could go on CNN and say that, talk about corporate greed and wealth. But even Bernie Sanders wouldn't address the capitalism issue. He wouldn't make the connection to capitalism. You see what I'm saying? He wouldn't make that connection. Even Bernie Sanders wouldn't go on to CNN and say, yeah, the workers need to own the means of production. And if he would, he wouldn't be on there. So let's see who owns CNN, because I think, Ro Khanna, I don't know if he was sleepy that morning or what, but this is public information. Here we go. Who owns CNN? CNN is owned by Warner Brothers Discovery Incorporated. Bought to you by Warner Brothers Discovery. Okay? Now, this is the problem. Most people will search for this answer and they'll stop here and they won't go any further. It's important that you take the next step. You need to see who their shareholders are. So let's take a look at that. Let's go down. Okay, and this is where a lot of the trouble comes in. Top 10 owners of Warner Brothers Discovery, Inc. The Vanguard Group. Does that sound important to you guys? And look who's right below them. BlackRock Fund Advisors. These two shareholders here are incredibly problematic, and I'm going to tell you why. These are the same companies here that buy up real estate, that buy up foreclosed homes, that are buying up residential properties and selling them for enormous rates. They're just as complicit with gentrification as the rich person moving into the poor neighborhood. They do it too. They're buying people out. They are creating a renter society. This is why we don't have some of these homes, right? So when they say, oh, well, we don't have we have a large demand, but we don't have the supply. Who bought the supply? A lot of times it's company like them, Vanguard and BlackRock, buying the supply. That's why you don't have it. Because you can always build more homes. You guys see what's happening here? So these two are incredibly problematic. Don't forget those. Keep your eye on those too. SSGA Funds Management, Geode Capital Management, Newport Trust, Hotchkiss and Wiley Capital Management, Northern Trust Investments, Sessa Capital, Dimensional Fund Advisors, and Charles Schwab Investment Management. You see that what? Go to mutual funds. Now that's just the top 10 owners, okay? That's just the top 10 owners. So you mean to tell me that Vanguard, BlackRock, and Charles Schwab have no say so about the content and the people who come on to CNN? They have no say so about the narrative? If that's the case, why aren't they bringing on people like Chris Hedges? Why aren't they bringing on people like Chris Hedges to talk about the war in Ukraine? If that's the case, let me know. Exactly. Why aren't they bringing Glenn Greenwald on there? Why don't they bring on the anti-war voices? Why don't you see them have on Max Blumenthal? Why don't you see them have on Aaron? Why don't they have Gray Zone on there? Why not? If they don't control anything and they're not controlling the narrative, you never see them on, right? Okay. Look who is also the top mutual funds holding for Warner Brothers Discovery. Well. Vanguard Total Stock Market, Vanguard 500 Index Fund. You see this? SPDR S&P 500 ETF Trust, SPDR Series, Fidelity 500 Index Fund, Shares Corp. Oh, look, it's Vanguard again. And you mean to tell me that a company like Vanguard doesn't have any say in what happens with CNN? So this is the extra step you have to take. Don't just look up to see who owns that company. Look to see who owns the people who own the company. And the shareholders, yes, they do have a lot to say. That's important. It is important that you know who the shareholders are, not just who owns the company. Now, there was more that Rose said, so let's go ahead and pedal back on over to him. I'll let him finish his statement there. All right, Ro. There's something else he said, too, that was also incorrect.
The Washington Post isn't run by Jeff Bezos.
That part right there. Bring it back. Here we go.
Washington Post isn't run by Jeff Bezos.
Ro Khanna, the Washington Post isn't run by Jeff Bezos? Yes, it is. What are you talking about? What? Somebody, wait a minute. No. I'll let him finish and I'll chime back.
We need to make sure that Twitter isn't run by the corporate owner, but has independent governance boards and principles.
Congressman Ro Khanna, thank you.
Did they have the same concern? Did they have the same concern about who owned Twitter when the previous billionaire owned Twitter? Did they? And here's Ro Khanna telling you that Jeff Bezos doesn't own the Washington Post. And the host doesn't even correct him. Dude, he didn't even correct him. Not once. Maybe I don't expect him to correct him on the CNN ownership part because he's working right there on CNN. But you could have at least corrected him on the Washington Post part. You see how this is you see why the American people are so propagandized? If you watch this and only this, and you're not watching any independent media, you see how easy it is to just believe what they say? That's why you got to do your own research. That's exactly why. I'm going to go to some of the comments here, and then we do have some election updates. Saul says, so happy Whoopi Goldberg is leaving Twitter. I heard she made that announcement. She'll probably just have a sock account, you know. You can always still have a sock account, and that way you still know what's going on Twitter, but people don't know it's Whoopi. JB says they do have corporate owners, but they choose their anchors and producers because they believe the corporate talking points. Ay, ay, ay. Thank you for the super sticker, Debs Mo. See the change. Hey, Sabby, any word on when Ro Khanna will be back on your show to be interviewed? I don't think he will come back. I don't think he will come back. I haven't reached back out, but I don't think he would come back. I don't think so. All right, we do have some election updates here. I want to go ahead and bring that in. So let's go ahead and go back over to MSNBC. Let's see what we got going on here. So I'm going to pause it for just a second. Whoopsie. Okay. Georgia Senate race here. They're still saying it is too early to call. There is 55% in. Now, this is Cherokee County. Right now, it says Herschel Walker has 64.8%. Warnock has 32.4%. And Chase Oliver has 2.6%. So again, still too early to call. So we're going to wait in there. But this is going to be interesting. They've already called Florida for Ron DeSantis, by the way. North Carolina, statewide, too early to call. Sherry Beasley, 53.5%. Oh, nope, it just changed. 53.3. Wait a minute. Mecklenburg, 69.3. Long story short, so they're showing it by county, but they're still saying it's too early to call. Ron DeSantis is now the projected winner for Florida, which I predicted that. So I got that right. And I would play the sound, but I think they have music.
Remember,
and I think
Trump won the state in 2020 by 75,000 votes, barely. So this is a kind of county here where Ted Budd, he wants to be running ahead of this Trump number. On the strength of the mail and the early vote, that's basically what you're looking at in Union. He's at 59. So the question is, when the same day is added, can he exceed that 61.4? If he does, that's a very good sign for Budd. That's a very good sign for him statewide. I'm just looking at a couple other places. Wake County, again, we're about where we were. But it's, yeah, the question here in North Carolina.
Just want to make a quick stop here. Update for the Georgia governor race. So far, Stacey Abrams has 50% and Kemp has 49.4%. 39% is in. And I think just like that, Steve stopped talking. He did. I think they need to work on their camera angles here because the camera is facing the back of him instead of where I feel it should be on the other side. But I think I see what they're trying to do. They're trying to put the focus here on the maps and not so much on him, but it's still kind of weird. The angle is weird. Let's go back to Fox. Like I said, I do like to switch back and forth. We're going to make sure we're updated here. I want to make sure I pull it all the way. Okay. All right. Maryland governor. That was predictable. Yeah. So this is Massachusetts right here. Can I pull it back a little bit? Yeah. Maura Healey, we predicted she was going to win. By the way, she's corporate and so is Jeff Deal. Jeff Deal, I don't know how many more races he's going to run for here. He needs to just throw in the towel. He ran against Elizabeth Warren for Senate. He ran for governor here in Massachusetts against Maura Healey. He's a Trump-backed Republican. That does not do well here in Massachusetts. I'm just going to be honest here. But it looks like Maura Healey is the projected winner, which I had predicted. I did not vote for either one of them today. This is one of the candidate categories that I left blank because I knew they were just both corrupt candidates. So if you're just joining, I voted for Green Party candidates and the ballot initiative questions, and that's it because I said both of these candidates are trash. Moving along. Let's go on here. Okay, again, so it's called now in South Carolina. McMaster is the winner there. 58.3%, which I predicted would happen. So, all right, I'm doing all right so far for my predictions. I'm doing all right. But yeah, so called that one. So that's done. So far we have South Carolina and Florida are both called for the governor races, at least for those states down south. And I don't know why Fox News is, okay, they weren't all the way over. I'm like, why are they moving so slow? And why do they keep showing the same thing over and over? I know you guys were like, Sabby, go switch back and forth. I am, but I just want to know why theirs is moving so slow. Let's see. There's something else happening in Pennsylvania, and I do want to hop back over. I think it's only fair that I include CNN as well. So let me go ahead and, oh, I didn't hit play. That's why. Let me pop back over to, let's go to CNN and see what their results are. Like I said, I like to go to different ones because that way you can see different. Are they not even, this might be the wrong one. Oh, that was years ago. There's NBC News. That was 23 hours ago. Maybe they're not doing it on here as well. Let's see what they're saying here. Again, Sabby like to go.
We will take a break, continue more of our Decision 2022 coverage here on NBC after the break.
Let me silence that. NBC might be one of those ones that is copyright. So I like to be careful how I do this. But there are certain ones in particular I knew I wanted to. And let's see what Roland is doing now. If they got
the show, also joining us on the show. Is that Lori? Did I see Lori there? All right, Lori Daniels Favors. You can check her out, of course.
Speaking of the devil, I popped over. So we're over at Roland Martin's channel now. And as soon as I popped over, Ro Khanna was on the screen. So it looks like they're getting into a discussion here. So let's check this out.
Bailey, attorney, she's with us as well. Glad to see you. Joining us, let's see here. We got a bunch of folks here in the studio. So I'm going to introduce them in just a second. Let me do this here. Congressman, I'm going to go to you. You've got big races there in California. You got Karen Bass, who's running against a Republican and Democrat. He's a dino, Democrat name only, who spent almost $100 million to win that race there. And it's quite interesting how you've seen some of the people who have been endorsed.
I just have to chime in here for just a second. There is something I do want to say here. Notice the title is Black Votes Matter Election Night 2022. For what though? For what? None of these candidates are running on any type of issue that's really for Black people. None of them are running on defund the police. None of them are running on reparations. So what is it for? What is it for? What do they do? What is the Democratic Party doing for us? Let's hear what Ro got to say.
I hope they'll get out and vote, but I'm very optimistic and confident on my good friend Karen Bass. She is running against someone who, as you put it, is basically a Republican. I mean, no compassion for those who are homeless, no compassion for working class folks. Karen Bass has been a leader of the state assembly. She's one of the most effective members of Congress. She's a member of Congress who's not just progressive and didn't just lead the Black Caucus, but she works across the aisle. She had worked with Republicans to try to make progress on.
Is that a toilet? What is that? What is this? What's this? What is this thing? What is happening here? Is this a bathroom? What is this? Okay, I don't know what this is, but that's really interesting too. They're talking about Karen Bass and LaRusso there. Yeah, I don't know. Why does Ro look like he's in a prison cell? Yeah, what is this? I'm confused. Anyhow, talking about like LaRusso and Karen Bass, I want to remind everyone, if you're not aware, Karen Bass was actually one of the people that Joe Biden had on his list for possible VP picks. But I wouldn't go as far as to say, oh, she's progressive. This term has been thrown around very loosely now. So I don't be willing to call her that per se, but just keep that in mind. Rick Caruso, billionaire, rich dude, he created the Grove. I don't know if everyone's aware of that, but it's the outdoor mall in LA. So yeah, he does have a lot of money, and he doesn't seem to shy away from that. I don't know how that race is going to go. I do know some people that I know said they're going to vote for LaRusso because he said he will address the homeless situation there. But my thing is, like, address it how? Are you going to build more housing so that they have a place to live? Or are you going to kick them out to another county, right?
Just in case y'all ignored baseball. So any Philadelphia fans in here? Any Philadelphia fans? Don't nobody want to claim Philadelphia right now here. Any Yankees fans? We spanked that ass too. Any Mariners fans? We swept their ass too. I'm just letting y'all know. So a lot of times, Lori, people don't pay attention to baseball with the first 162 games. They pay attention to the playoffs. That's
okay. We about to roll out. We are rolling out there. Let's see. Oh, we got rid of CNN midterms, didn't we? We're going to go back over to, let's look at some updates here on MSNBC. Okay, let's see if he's talking. Nope, that's just music. All right, projected winner for South Carolina Senate, Tim Scott. That was a no-brainer. We knew that was going to happen there. Tennessee, this is a no-brainer. We already know that's going to stay red. And Vermont projected winner for Senate is Peter Welch. There's only 18% in, but it's pretty predictable there. Pause. You see this piece right here? Florida Senate. Projected winner is Rubio. Isn't JB, I don't know if you're still here in the chat or not, but isn't Val Dennings your representative? So Marco Rubio is the projected winner for Florida Senate. 80% of the vote is in. Are you guys hearing this? 80% of the vote is in. He's the projected winner. Val Dennings has 42.3%. He has 56.6%. How do you lose to Rubio? Wow. This one that one's interesting. Let's let it play. North Carolina, 55%. Ohio, 29%. Ryan, 56.9. Vance, 43.0. We have Fetterman and Oz up here. Now, again, this is still too early to call. This is Snyder County. So that's just one county. Here's the map here. Unfortunately, Pennsylvania, this one might take a while to come in, you guys. But if you're looking at the map here, they already have Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, parts of Philadelphia, probably not all still. You still have all these other counties to come in. But in Snyder County right now, this little county right here, Dr. Oz has 72.8% and Fetterman has 24.1%. I'm assuming this may be a rural area. I'm not sure. I'm not very familiar with Pennsylvania outside of Philly, to be honest with you. But I'm wondering if this may be more of a rural area. JB, Dennings was the Orlando chief of police. JB, how is she losing to Marco Rubio? Like, that part to me is just, But remember, this is just Snyder County. So keep that in mind. I think I can get you live CNN. Okay, Eric, just let me know. Just, I couldn't find it there. Ohio District 9. So far, Capturer is in the lead there. I'm trying not to focus too much on some of the smaller ones because some of these we already know it's going to happen a certain way. But Eric, you said what now? CNN Live? Okay, I'll let you handle that. And I'll go ahead and go to some of the comments. Peter said Val Demings ran on one thing. She would fund the police. That's it. Nothing else. You guys see? Hello, newsflash, Democratic Party. You see what's happening to the candidates that are running on that issue? Okay. Okay. Thank you so much for that, Peter. Was not aware. JB says she's that bad. She's a cop. What's the difference between her and Rubio? That's a good point. That's a good point. Man. So, oh, thanks. You got it. Thanks. I see it. All right. Looks like we were able to get the CNN screen after all. Let me go ahead and add
early to
that.
call. The voting has ended, but they're too early to call. Democrats are leading in 15 of them. Republicans are leading in 8 of them. It's early yet. That doesn't necessarily mean Democrats are going to win 15 of them, but that is the state of play as of right now. Let's go over to John King at the Magic Wall to talk more about some of these House seats. Tell us what you're seeing, John.
Well, to your point, leading the vote. We're not done in these races. And again, if you're watching at home and you're a Democrat, you think, or even a Republican, Democrats are winning, right? Well, that's a better number for Democrats maybe than some might have thought coming into the House, but they need to do better than that in these competitive seats. So let's just come over here and remind people, in the uncalled races here, it's the ahead that matters. So we're going to come over here and we'll look at these competitive races. If you're the Democrats and you're looking at this map, you start in the Northeast. Number one, ranked choice voting here. And we got a long way to go in this district here. Only 2% of the vote in. Jared Golden, a Democrat running in a district Donald Trump carried, if these were the lines, in 2020 by 6 points. This is a very tough lift for a Democratic incumbent. He's done it before. So we'll see how it plays out. That's one. That would be one. This one we might not know the answer for a long time because of the ranked choice voting. So then you come down to the state of New Hampshire and you pop it up and you see 2 districts, Democrats leading in both right now, but we are very early in the count in New Hampshire. But if you're at the Democratic campaign headquarters or the Republican campaign headquarters, these ones here, you're looking at these, Republicans can get a majority without these seats, but if they're red at the end of the night, you're talking about a bigger Republican majority, which is...
I just want to pause here and jump in and say something. Yes, Maine does have ranked choice voting. Did you notice, though, that the Republican candidate is leading right now in Maine? Whew.
Why we'll keep an eye on these competitive campaigns hard. Again, over here, a Democratic incumbent, Chris Pappas. We talked earlier, Governor Sununu is winning big in the state, right? So the question is, can all the Democrats, whether it's the Senate race or the House races, hang on in that environment? So let's pull it out, come back nationally and drop down. I started my career in the state of Rhode Island. You see red in Rhode Island, you want to take a look at it because this district has been Democratic for a very, very long time. This is a surprising...
Boom. This is actually not as surprising as you would think. As someone who is a neighbor to Rhode Island, hey, I'm a neighbor to Rhode Island. I'm in Massachusetts. There are conservatives in Rhode Island. You'd be very surprised. Now, yes, it typically is a blue state, but I've noticed even over the past couple of years, even Rhode Island has been trending in the other direction because you have to look at the population that's there in Rhode Island. You have a lot of people that are working class. You also have people who are poor. Typically, it's not a wealthy state. I hate to say it, but it's kind of known as one of the states of I'll go live in Rhode Island and work in Massachusetts because it's a little bit cheaper to live in Rhode Island and work in Massachusetts. One of my best friends just moved from Rhode Island and moved down south because the job situation there has been absolutely terrible. And it's been like that for years, even to the point where they had police officers had to actually retire in Rhode Island. Excuse me, not retire, were laid off in Providence, Rhode Island, because their economy is not good. So again, this goes back to the economic issues. Why would a state like Rhode Island be leaning more to the right now than to the left? Because of the economic problems that have happened in that state over the past couple of years. Rhode Island also, for those who are not familiar, Providence, the mayor, the former mayor, he was part of the mob. Like he was guilty of racketeering. So like economically, it has not been doing well for that state. And now you see they're shifting towards the GOP.
candidate here. Very, very close. Seth Magaziner, state treasurer, against the former Cranston mayor, Alan Fung. Republicans, if they can pick up this seat, if this seat is red at the end of the night, Republicans will have a majority, and I would argue that majority would be rather large, because this is a Democratic 13-point. Joe Biden, by the lines of this district today, would have won it by 13 points in 2020. So watch the result. Up about 62%.
Yep.
That's a very close race. We keep watching it. But if you're looking at the map, that would be a big takeaway for the Republicans. We come down here to New Jersey. This has been a race people have been looking at. Again, another Democratic incumbent who's in a tough district. This was a Joe Biden by just shy of 4% district in 2020. Tom Malinowski ahead at the moment. This is early vote, running against the son of the former governor, Tom Kaine. 11%, one of the competitive districts we're watching. Again, if you're seeing how big of a Republican night is it, if they win the 1% or the marginal districts, okay. Can they win the 4% districts? And then you build from there. That's how Republicans are trying to build. And then we'll just.
Okay. Yeah, this is very important. I'm going to keep an eye on the main race, because I think that one will probably be called soon. So I'm going to keep an eye on that one. Like I said, that one looks like it's going to go towards the Republican candidate there. But if Rhode Island turns red, I told you guys this shit was coming. I tried to warn people about the lockdowns. In fact, someone just said it. I think I just started here. I wanted to highlight it. Martin said it well. Shut down, jabbed, and robbed. That explains it. All of it. That's it. Economic issues. Thank you for the super chat, Danny. Hi, Sabrina. Thank you for amazing content. Thank you so much for tuning in, Danny. Hit that like button, guys. Thank you so much for that. We are toggling back and forth here because, like I said, I like to show different perspectives. So now we are going to pop back over to Fox News. Is this Fox News? What happened to Fox? We'll come back. We're going to pop back over to Fox to see what they are saying right now.
He's speaking live. We're going to start it from the very top and let you listen in to his victory speech there in Florida.
Thanks, Eric.
Thank you. Gosh, it's great to be here, gathered in the red county of Miami-Dade. First, let me begin. There's so many people I could thank. All of you for coming tonight. I want to begin thanking our Creator God for allowing me to be an American, a citizen of His greatest country.
That was corny.
His only begotten Son, and my faith is that God became man. His name was Jesus. He walked the earth. He'll come again. And because of him, we will be able to live an eternal life. And obviously, I'm grateful for winning an election, but I'm really grateful for all the blessings I've been given, the friendships, obviously the family, this extraordinary honor to represent this extraordinary state, and the chance to be a citizen of the greatest country in the history of mankind.
I just don't understand, how did Val Demings, like, how she messed this up? Hit that like button, guys. That helps me with the algorithm. I'm going to grab a bottle of water. I'll be back, though. I'll let this play.
So I'm going to tell you right now what the media stories are going to be. Politics is really not that complicated because Americans are not all that complicated. We're a diverse people, but we're not a complicated people. What Americans basically want is what my parents wanted. It's what all of you wanted. It's what people want all over the world but have been able to fulfill here. They want to be able to have a job that pays a decent wage. They want to be able to live in a home that they own, in a neighborhood that is safe. They want their kids to go to schools that teach truth. They want to be able to retire with dignity, and they want all four of their kids to have a life better than the life they've had. This is not complicated. This is what they want. Now, here's what happens. Sometimes people get into politics, and either they don't know this or they forget it. And so what happens is some of these people go around saying, look, I'm sorry you're paying too much money for gasoline, but you have to suck it up. Because we have a UN climate conference that John Kerry is going to be attending, and we need to impress them. And so ride your bike or take the bus and forget about how much gas costs and stop being selfish.
How did the Democrats really screw this over, JB? I love it. I'm sorry. I love it. Listen, doesn't Marco Rubio, if those of you have ever watched Saved by the Bell, Marco Rubio looks like Zach and Slater had a baby.
You know what happens when you tell people that? They vote against you. They vote against you. They go around telling people, listen, don't worry, you can't be complaining about crime. We can't keep locking criminals up. We can't keep arresting criminals. We can't keep funding police officers. Because the only way we can make up for whatever it is they think we need to make up for is not to put criminals in jail. Crime.
Dude, your opponent ran on giving the police more money. What are you talking about?
Stores, people feel unsafe. And you know what happens when you tell that to working people in this country? They vote against you. And then they go and tell them, forget about our border. We don't need a border. We care more about people that came from other countries. And listen, nobody's going to give this community a lesson about how bad things are in other places. But what country in the world can accept 6,000 people a day? And that's what they're asking you and everyone else to do. Meanwhile, we have veterans committing suicide, veterans who are homeless, veterans that have to fight with the VA. But no, they don't care about that. All they care about is we have to be compassionate for people coming from all over the world, 6,000 a day, and put aside the interest of the American people. When you tell that to people, you know what they do? They vote against you.
Why not address the overall problem, Marco Rubio, which is capitalism? Why not address that? You know, a lot of those things that he's talking about, it all goes back to poverty, which also is connected to capitalism. Why not just call out the overall issue, Marco? We'll listen to a little bit more. I don't want to pain you guys because I can see some of you in the chat are like, please, no more Rubio.
And this has been going on for far too long. And then here comes election time, and they roll out all their friends, every celebrity, every actor. We don't have any actors really on our side, do we? Do we have any actors? No actors that can get another movie are going to be on our side. They roll out those crazy women on The View. They roll out Vogue magazine. They roll out all these things to tell us how we're supposed to vote. And they think they're going to fool people. And then when people vote against them, they say, oh, it's just information. You were confused. No one here is confused. The people.
All right. I'll spare you guys, Mark. He called them the crazy women on The View. Let's pop back over to CNN and see what is happening here.
Just come back and we come down in here. We come check back. We'll just come back.
We'll go back to the, yeah.
Whatever happened here, they want.
Why are you guys showing ads? I'm coming back. Shoot. We'll go back over to MSNBC and let's see what is happening over here. All right, let's see if we have some updates here. Projected winner in New Hampshire for governor is Chris Sununu. Sununu. Only 16% is in right now, but he's the projected winner. Some of these races are actually being called pretty quickly. It just basically depends on, you know, how quickly did they get those ballots in. Maggie Hassan and Donald Bolduc, by the way, both of them are horrible. That's New Hampshire statewide. Both of them are horrible. I don't know. An independent candidate probably could have done really well against them. They're terrible. Absolutely terrible. But that is New Hampshire there. Maggie is probably going to win. She's the woman. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know if my husband's in the chat, but I believe she was the one that said that marijuana was a gateway drug. In 2022, I kid you not, in over 2000, here we are in the millennium, and Maggie Hassan is still saying that marijuana is a gateway drug. Oh my God. I can't make this up. I really can't make this up. But that's a race there where I think that they could have had an independent probably could have done a good job. Rhode Island projected winner for governor is McKee. So we'll see how that goes. Again, what we're noticing here is that some of these states, for some of these races, the voters are voting for a Republican for one position and voting for the Democrat for the other position. So ideally, you have people that may be voting for a Republican governor, but they're voting for a Democrat senator. So that means that people aren't necessarily voting down ballot. We'll get back to that issue in just a second, but keep that in mind. People aren't necessarily voting down ballot. Projected winner for Tennessee, Bill Lee. Again, we pretty much knew how Tennessee was going to go. Some of these races probably could have been called this morning. Right, Teresa? Oh, boy. Spanberger, this is Prince William County, Virginia, against Vega here. Spanberger is in the lead there. Let's go on. By the way, she's a corporate Democrat. AOC's PAC donated money to Abigail Spanberger. She donated money to a CIA Democrat. I kid you not, look this shit up. We talked about this a couple days ago. Yeah, that's who they trying to get in there. Projected winner for Vermont governor is Phil Scott, Republican. 16% is in right now, but they're already projecting that he will be the winner. Now, let's skadoodle back on over to CNN. Steve looks like he is taking a little bit of a brizache. Let me go back over here. What happened to CNN? Oh, there we go. All right, they're back. Let's hear what they got to say.
In New York State, Democratic Governor Kathy Hochul is in a more competitive race than expected against Republican Congressman Lee Zeldin. Hochul is the former lieutenant governor who rose to the top job last year after Governor Andrew Cuomo resigned amid scandal. And in Texas, former Democratic Congressman Beto O'Rourke is in a tough fight to unseat Republican Governor Greg Abbott in that deep red state. We're just minutes away from the second biggest round of poll closings tonight. Let's go to our correspondents. First to Arizona, Kyung La is covering the Republican candidates for governor and senator, Kari Lake and Blake Masters. Kyung, what is happening there in these final moments before polls close?
Well, they are watching the clock very, very closely here, Jake, and here is why. I'm just taking a look through the Maricopa County Elections Department website. There are hundreds of people in line at dozens of locations. And so we're seeing the Republican candidates who are expecting to really have their voters come out today, tweeting again and again, stay in line. Kari Lake tweeting, stay in line, hold the line. They want as big of a turnout as they can today. Now, when these results start to drop, and we do not expect them until another 1 hour and 10 minutes, polls do close in 9 minutes now. When those results drop, we are hearing all the campaigns saying, patience, patience. We are hearing from U.S. Senate candidate Mark Kelly, a nominee, Mark Kelly, saying whoever is leading tonight may not be the winner. That is the key. It is too early after that first drop. So all.
Okay, it's going to be too close, or excuse me, way too early in Arizona, you guys. And remember, they're 3 hours behind me. I'm on the East Coast here. Always got to wait on you West Coast guys. Come on, get with it here. It's the same thing New Year's Eve too. Like New Year's Eve, we're waiting for midnight, waiting for the ball to drop. And then it's like, you got friends on the West Coast and it's like, not New Year's here. Yeah, I'm like, come on, hurry up. Truth Bearer says Stacey Abrams is down 6% now. Must be black men's fault. Let's go back.
All of these campaigns saying we're going to watch these numbers, we're going to watch the turnout, and someone else who is also watching what is happening here very carefully is Donald Trump. Kari Lake's campaign saying that he called her twice, ending one of his calls by saying, "Go get him, girl." Jake.
All right, Kyung La at the headquarters for Kari Lake and Blake Masters. Let's go north and east now to Omar Jimenez, who is in the campaign headquarters of incumbent Republican Senator Ron Johnson. Omar, what is the mood there? What are you hearing from the Johnson campaign?
Well, Jake, right now, the cautiously optimistic Senator Ron Johnson is mingling among his supporters here at their election night party in Neenah, Wisconsin, and more of the central part of the state. Now, obviously, he is trying to win a third term here, and with it, he has brought implications of what that would mean. One, it could contribute to a change in power in the Senate, which means he would chair an investigations committee, and he has already said he is ready to ramp up the number of investigations out of Congress.
Ron Johnson. When I first heard that Ron Johnson was running, I was like, the first person I thought of was the actor from Miami Vice. I was like, what? I'm sorry, guys. I'm in a silly mood tonight. We're going to do the damn thing. We're having fun with this.
The other side of things, Lieutenant Governor Mandela Barnes, he has told us he is feeling very good tonight. He feels that they have done everything they could do up to this point. And hearing from party leadership in the state, Democratic leadership, feel that one thing that they're watching for tonight is that absentee ballots will be counted later. They're traditionally among the last ballots to be counted here at central counting facilities across the state. So they are watching for a potential red mirage and then some of their support to come in later in the night. Talking to Republicans,
I might be asleep by the time those numbers come in. And my question is, why don't they count the absentee ballots first? Like, this is always a thing. Like, every election cycle, like, why not just go ahead and do those ballots first? And for the absentee ballots, like, some of those ballots could be college students, right? Some of them are military personnel that live abroad, but that is their permanent residence. So like when we were stationed in Germany, my dad could file an absentee ballot. So those things are already in. Why not go ahead and count those first, and instead of keeping those people in Wisconsin up into the wee late hours of the night waiting to find out who is going to win? Sabby will probably be asleep.
Republican leadership, they're aware of it, but they say they feel good about what they've seen on Election Day itself, Jake.
All right, Omar Jimenez, thank you so much, with Johnson campaign headquarters in Wisconsin. And we're taking a look at the lay of the land in the U.S. Senate. And we were just joking about what's going on in Maryland right now. Tell everyone.
A look at the map can be deceiving early on in the night as we count results, as we've said. Just quickly, where Kyung-La and Omar, we're about to get two of the most competitive states in American politics when those results start to flow in Arizona and Wisconsin. But just to pop up, you see the state of Maryland is red right now. Chris Van Hollen is the Democratic incumbent. Chris Chaffee is his opponent. It's 13-12.
That's because Chris Van Hollen was such a poor politician. Chris Van Hollen he did not really help the people, especially during the pandemic. That's why he's losing. I know, guys, my family from there, like, they live there. So this is it. How you let the Republic? Oh my goodness. Now, obviously it's not over yet, but what you guys have to understand, in a state like Maryland, which is Democrat blue, not even a Bernie blue, this state shouldn't even be shifting red at all. So the fact that Chris Van Hollen is losing towards Chris Chaffee right now, 52% to 48%, that tells you again, these are economic voters coming through. I told you guys what he did under the pandemic. People that were in despair, people in poor communities, when you shut things down, those people don't have a way to get to work. It's a problem. So again, this is the economic voters coming out.
Okay, but again, if you look at watching at home and you're just passing through quickly and you see the map red, that's why we want to explain it when we see things like this. We'll come back to that one in 10 or 15 minutes and we'll see if that holds up. That would be a big surprise. But there are the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania is blue at the moment. That's a Republican-held Senate seat at the moment. North Carolina is blue at the moment. That's a Republican-held Senate seat today. Ohio is blue at the moment. That is also a Republican-held Senate seat. Now, as we move later into the night, people watching at home, we've been cautioning you all night long. Please wait, please wait. Let's wait for more votes. Well, we're getting more votes, but we're still only at 37% of the vote. So you're still looking at disproportionately in the state of Ohio, early vote. I just was looking here a moment ago because this is Tim Ryan's House district. He's a member of the House of Representatives trying to run statewide in a very complicated red-leaning state. This is his House district. This is that base of his House district. It stretches out and down a little bit. Early votes in there, 33%, running a big lead. That's what he needs to do. Obviously, these are the people who know him best. This is.
Gotta pause here. I do see an update here with Stacey Abrams down at the bottom. It says Brian Kemp for the Georgia gubernatorial race. Brian has 52.8%. Stacey Abrams has 46.6%. Let's see if I can see the percentage that's in. Give me just a second. I have to get the line away for it to show. Is it going to show me the percentage that's in? 52% is in. Okay. That's what I wanted to see.
You move over here to Lake County. This will be interesting to watch, right? If this is blue at the end of the night, Tim Ryan is running very, very competitive because this gets more Republican as you move out Lake County in the suburbs. He's ahead at the moment, but it's half of the vote. And David Chalian is going to join us in just a second because disproportionately, I believe, we're still looking at more early votes than day of votes.
So right now, 37% of the vote in Ohio is in, and Tim Ryan is up with 37%. And let's bring in David Chalian at the Battleground Desk to tell us. David, tell us who this 37% is and what we're waiting for.
Yeah, so you guys see that lead. Tim Ryan with 868,000 votes. J.D. Vance, 778,000 votes. You noted, Jake, that's with 37% of the estimated vote is fully in. 82% of that vote is pre-election vote. It's early vote, absentee by mail vote, early in-person vote, where Democrats tend to participate in bigger numbers than Republicans do. At the end of the day, we think it's only going to be 32%. 32% of the Ohio vote overall will be pre-election vote. So right now, this vote that you're looking at is overinflated with early vote. Not that they're not real votes and they're counted. It's just making up such a larger share than we think it will make at the end of the day. And
so basically the votes, the same day votes from today, they don't even think they've gotten to those yet. So this one may be announced later on in the evening, you guys. So I'm glad they did at least tell people that, to let you know that they're basically looking at like the mail-in votes, these absentee ballots per se, but they don't think that they've even gotten to counting the ballots that were actually cast today. So just putting that out there. So it may be a minute or so for Ohio. I wouldn't expect that to come through rather quickly. In the meantime, you guys are full of jokes tonight. In the meantime, I'm going to let a little bit more of this play, and then I'm going to tell you if those ballot initiative questions came through for Massachusetts yet. I'm going to see if those results are in as well.
That gives J.D. Vance and his campaign hope that as more and more of that election day vote comes in, that Republican-leaning vote, it's going to help him potentially overtake Tim Ryan in these vote totals.
All right, we'll keep watching the actual vote come in. And John, can you take me down to Georgia as the devil went down once? What are we looking at there?
Easiest way is a nonstop Delta flight from DCA. Look, you see again, remember this was not this close earlier, right?
Yep.
And not only was it not this close earlier, Senator Warnock was above 50%. Again, we're still at 53%. If you were with us in 2020 for the presidential race, early 2021 for the two Georgia runoffs, these are espresso races. These are you're up late and you're probably counting the next day as well. But you are getting more of the vote and you are seeing the margin tighten. So 49.6 to 48.7, 19,000 vote lead. This has narrowed quite considerably. And again, we were talking earlier, the Democratic incumbent senator on top right there, when you look at the map, this is a state where you have a Democratic incumbent senator and a Republican incumbent governor running in the same election, which makes an interesting dynamic.
Before you do that, I want to bring in David Chalian at the Battleground Desk to tell us more. David.
Yeah, we're going to silence David just for a second, but I do just want to say, you see how it's starting to get closer and closer? Like, this is tight. And I looked at the polls the other day with Warnock and Walker, and I'm like, it shouldn't have even been that tight. But let's hear what David's going to say now. Let's go back to Mr. Dude.
Early in-person vote, 35.6% still uncounted. He's got a much smaller advantage there. But the big Walker category, 42.4% lead for Herschel Walker among Election Day voters, and 87.6% of that vote still remains to be counted. So this is clearly going to be a close, tight race as we watch it all night long, guys.
All right, John, what else were you going to show us?
So a lot of that vote's still to be counted. Just to follow up on that point before I check into the governor's race. And then you see a lot of these gray counties here as well. That is rural Trump country or very Republican country. So we still have no votes there even counted at all. Just want to pop in some of this. See, you have no votes counted at all. Again, these are smaller counties, and so it's less than 1% of the population. But that's how Republicans run it up in the rural areas to counter it. So we have to see. I just want to check.
So the Trump counties haven't been counted yet. So this, this is concerning. Typically with Georgia, I wish I could get a little bit closer, but maybe not zoomed in, but you guys know what I'm talking about. So the blue areas in Georgia are typically Atlanta, parts of Augusta, parts of Savannah. Savannah can be hit or miss. I lived in Savannah. It's part of it's like can still be kind of conservatives. Part of it can be kind of like liberal. It's a weird place. And Columbus. But the rural parts of the state are typically red. And if he just said to you that the Trump counties haven't been counted yet, that's scary. That's scary if you're a Democrat. I'm just letting you know. So I told you, people laughed at me when I said, that race may actually be kind of close. They were like, there's no way Herschel Walker will be close with Raphael Warnock. Again, this is people voting with their pocketbook. This is people voting on the economic issues. Let's see how it goes.
Again, Democratic incumbent senator running in the same election as a Republican incumbent governor. Senator Warnock is at 49.5%. The governor is at 53%. And you see the Democratic Senate candidate at 46%. So you see the split, right? Split ticket voting between Brian Kemp getting 53% of the vote. And then you come over here, the Republican running 5 points behind and the Democrat running behind the Democratic senator. It's one of the fascinating dynamics, Jake. Georgia, one of several states where you look and you have a Republican incumbent governor. We've seen that in New Hampshire as well. Big question as we keep counting the votes. Can the Democratic senator there, Maggie Hassan, hold on? In Georgia, we'll see.
All right, John King, we are heading into the second busiest hour of the night. Polls are closing in 15 states with a slew of high-profile races in key battlegrounds, including Arizona. And we have a CNN projection for you right now in New York. CNN is projecting that the current Senate Majority Leader, Democrat Charles Schumer, will be reelected, defeating Joe Pinion. In South Dakota, CNN is projecting that...
So that's unfortunate. Diane Sayre was running against Chuck Schumer, and she was running as shoot balls, an independent. So, I mean, that's unfortunate to hear. Thank you so much for that, Eric. I'm about to go into the ballot measures now, and then we'll come back to the videos. I told you guys we're going to be bouncing around tonight, like doing this little thing. So I do want to go ahead and switch over for a second for these ballot measure questions, because I want you guys to see some of the results here as well. We're going to take a look at one of the questions here in Massachusetts. You guys know I went through all of the questions here over the past couple of days for Massachusetts, but we're not the only ballot initiative state. But some of the results are starting to come in. Now, this one was a biggie. Oh, you got it, Eric? Okay. Thanks. This one was a biggie because this was the millionaire tax, the wealth tax. So let's see how voters voted on this issue. Now, I know how I voted. I was like, yes, tax those mofos. So question one here, create new income tax level. So this was the question that asked if you could tax people who make over $1 million or more annually to add on an extra 4% tax to contribute that money towards education and infrastructure. Our roads are shit, our bridges are falling apart, and things need to be fixed. So I voted yes for that. So far, for the yes votes, we have 53.4% in. And for the no votes, we have 46.6% in. Now, it's still reporting, and it looks like there's only it's jumping up. Wait a minute. And it's moving on me. 2.30% reporting. So we still have to wait. What's wrong, Carrie? What's wrong? Who said no? Probably the rich people. There's a lot of millionaires that live here in Massachusetts. We have great wealth inequality in this state, but there's a lot of rich people that live here, and they're probably the ones that voted no. Those stingy bastards. They don't want to give up anything extra. So it looks like question one. Question two is also coming in. Oh, hells yeah. This is what I'm talking about. Again, only 2.05% reporting, but this is a good look so far. Dental medical loss ratio, that was question number 2. So far, 71.3% have voted yes, and 28.7% have voted no. This was the question that really wanted to make the dental insurance companies to come in and pick up the rest of that payment. So this is looking good so far for that one. I hope that one passes. This is going to be better for those of you, especially especially for those of you that don't have dental insurance. This is going to be better for you that have dental insurance. Now you don't have to worry about paying a $1,600, $2,000 bill because the insurance company's like, we only cover this amount of money. And if you still have part of your expenses that you didn't even use that year, then you're not penalized. And I think this was a big one here. So I'm glad that I see that one is trending that way. Question 3. This one I told you was the tricky one. The retail alcohol license limit. So far, 56.6% said no, and 43.4% said yes. So that should be interesting. And did 4 come through? Yes. Question 4 was about the driver's license. This would make it harder for those who are immigrants that don't have proof of residency per se. It makes it harder for them to get a driver's license. So far, 50.9% said yes. 49.1% said no. This one is going to be very close. That's a tight one. And that is 2.38% reporting. Is question 5 showing? Fudge. The reason why I'm really let me do this. Question 5, the one I really want to see, you guys, is question 5, because question 5 is Medicare for all. And I have a feeling that one probably won't show up anytime soon. I have a feeling, but that's the one I'm really waiting on to see. Let me go ahead and hit the back button just to see if maybe it'll come in a little bit later. Oh boy. All right. So they don't have that one yet. We're going to flip back over to, like I said, we're looking at different networks here tonight. I think that's only fair. So we're going to flip over to Fox now and check in for election updates. Let me make sure we are caught up here.
From people who may not have voted for me 4 years ago. And I just want to let you know, I am honored to have earned your trust and your support over these 4 years.
Okay, so it appears Ron DeSantis has already won, but that race ended up being closer than I thought it would.
And most important of all, thank you to the greatest First Lady in all 50 states. For being a great wife, giving unwavering support, being a tremendous mother to our 3 young children, and serving as an example for women throughout this state, especially going through the battle of cancer. She is remarkable. Now, today,
I don't know what they're chanting. Do you guys know what he's chanting, what they're chanting? I couldn't really wait. The caption work. Let me see.
Now, today is the culmination of the 2022 fall elections, but in reality, Americans have been voting for many years now. They've been voting with their feet, and the results of that behavior has been just as stark as our landslide victory today. States and cities governed by leftist politicians have seen crime skyrocket. They've seen their taxpayers abused. They've seen medical authoritarianism imposed, and they've seen American principles discarded.
What leftist politicians? What leftist politicians is he referring to? He's talking about liberals. See, let's not use these terms interchangeably. They're not the same. There's a difference between the liberal politicians, which most of them are, and leftist politicians that are running these cities and running these states. So I do want to make that correction for those of you that are watching that may be conservative or such. The politicians that he's referring to that he's calling leftists, they are not leftists. They are liberals. Please don't put them over on my side, Ron.
The woke agenda has caused millions of Americans to leave these jurisdictions for greener pastures. Now, this great exodus.
They didn't leave those cities because of a woke agenda. They left those cities because those cities are too damn expensive. They left those cities because you can't buy homes there because the housing market is overpriced. And you know what happened? You know what happened, Ron? They moved to places like your state, and now the housing prices are increasing in Florida. They moved to places like Texas, and now the housing prices are increasing in Texas and places like Dallas and Austin and Houston. That's why they left those cities. The woke agenda, or what they call this woke agenda, had nothing to do with it. And I really do think African Americans need to take the term woke back because they let the Democratic Party got a hold of it. Progressives got a hold of it. Some of these leftist commentators got a hold of the word, didn't even use it correctly. And now everybody uses it as something that it's really not. Let's be clear.
Of Americans, for those folks, Florida, for so many of them, has served as the promised land. We have embraced freedom. We have maintained law and order. We have protected the rights of parents. We have respected our taxpayers, and we reject woke ideology. We fight the woke in the legislature. We fight the woke in the schools. We fight the woke in the corporations. We will never, ever surrender to the woke mob. Florida is where woke goes to die.
You guys see what's happening here? This is the problem with both of these parties. They're focusing, they both do it. They're focusing on the cultural, these terms. They're focusing more so on the cultural issues instead of focusing again the economic issues. And both parties are guilty of doing it. Why are they talking about that? So now you're focused on these terms like, oh, this woke agenda. That's right, JB, the culture war. That gets you focused on the culture war. So you're not focused on the economics. So you're not focused on these billionaires who pretty much control everything around you. So you're not focused on the fact that you're being exploited at your job and your employer won't let you start a union. You're not focused on the fact that most of us are a part of that 99% and we're being exploited and we're being used and we've been taken advantage of by capitalism in this corrupt system. As long as they keep you focused on all the culture war issues, you will not focus on the economic issues and who is really in power and who is really in control. It's a problem. It is a big problem.
People have come here because our policies work. Leadership matters. We refuse to use polls and put our finger in the wind. Leaders don't follow, they lead.
People came to your state, Ron, the same reason they come to other southern states, because the cost of living is cheaper. You're speaking to someone here who has lived in many different places, and the cost of living is cheaper in the South. That's why a lot of people move there. But like I said, that's been changing over the past couple of years. And mark my words, you go to some of these cities now like Raleigh, North Carolina. Raleigh used to be relatively affordable, not so much anymore because a lot of people didn't came in. Durham, North Carolina, same thing. Charleston, South Carolina, not so much anymore because people keep coming in. So give it time, Ron. Give it time. Because I know Miami is hella expensive. It'll only be a matter of time before Orlando will be pricing people out too. And I done heard some stories. I got friends that live down there too. So give it time. It'll end up coming to Florida too. You got to address the overall issue, the capitalism issue here. I'm a bounce from Ron. Let's go back to, I told you we're hopping around. We're going to pop back into MSNBC. We haven't checked out them in a hot minute. Let's see what's happening over here. I don't know, but I know he's not talking. So I guess I'm going to have to do the talking here. Okay, Connecticut District 5. Okay, so it looks like the incumbent is winning there, but there's only 3% in. Connecticut typically will stay blue for the most part. Pennsylvania District 8. That's right over here. Scranton District. So the incumbent Matthew Cartwright, 69.4% is in the lead, 18% is in. Jim Bognet, 30.6% there. All right, Maryland governor race looks like, I wish they would put these that are down here. I wish they would put them up here. See, this is why I prefer the way CNN does it, because when you put the people at the bottom, I'm like, I want my eyes to point in one direction. One direction. So yeah, they're projecting Maura Healey as the winner for governor here in Massachusetts. I figured that would happen. So that means more privatized housing. That's what that means, because she's also in the pocket of real estate developers here. Michigan, Whitmer looks like she probably is going to take this if it stays the same. 11% in for the Michigan governor, 53.1%, 45.4% in Michigan. And District 10 in Michigan is leaning towards the Republican, it looks like. All right. Not much happening over here for MSNBC. I'm going back to CNN, and I actually need to catch back up with the live. So here we go.
Right. Because we understand what's going to happen here. It's just that the Kansas, Lawrence, Kansas, Collegetown, this race is unlikely to be close. I just want to take a peek at this one because you're looking at very early results here. This could be a competitive race if you talk to both parties involved. And again, it's very early vote in Denver, in the suburbs for the most part. Senator Michael Bennet. We talked about, would North Carolina or Ohio or Wisconsin be a surprise for Democrats? That's one.
Michael Bennet, I'm sorry, I have to chime in. Michael Bennet of Colorado, when he talks, he kind of sounds like Mr. Mackey from South Park. He really does. He's like, okay. Just wanted to add that in there. I remember him.
Are currently leading in 12 of them. That's not to say that those are going to be the final decisive answers as to what happens in those 34. But right now, Democrats are doing better in this early vote than well, they're doing well. They're doing what they need to do.
Yes, and so you're looking. These are just the competitive seats you're seeing on the map. If we come out of this, you're watching. These are of the 435 House districts. These are the ones globally of all that we have results in them. But now you just isolate it to the competitive seats, right? We just want to isolate it to the 82 competitive seats that we've identified. And we'll watch. We could be surprised. There could be other seats as well. But you mentioned, to your point, Democrats being very competitive. And again, so where were we earlier? Number one, at the moment, Democrats are holding both of the New Hampshire seats, two competitive seats that the Democrats are a bit nervous about. The Republicans, there's one there. And so then you come down here. The last time Jake and I were talking about the competitive House districts, the Republican was leading this district in Rhode Island. Now you see the Democrat has pulled ahead in the Rhode Island 2nd District. It's a little bit of Providence, it's Cranston, it's down to the southern part of the state, the western part of Rhode Island.
Okay, so it looks like the Democrat candidate, Seth Magaziner, that's an interesting name. He has pulled in the lead there in Rhode Island, 50.8%, and Fung is now at 46.4%. So it has flipped, and it looks like there's over 50%. Let me see. Oh, I don't know. I guess it doesn't want to play.
Long way to go. Then you come into the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. This is fascinating if it holds up. We know this.
It went all the way back to the beginning.
To watch if that plays out in tandem with the Senate race. We talked about
% of the vote in Texas as he seeks a third term. Let's get an update now from the Peach State in Georgia. There.
I don't know why this moved on its own. That was very weird. That was a little strange. Okay, let's try it again.
The same party. Then we come down, just one more quick one in New Mexico. The governor, Michelle Lujan Grisham, running comfortably ahead, but very early votes coming in so far, Jake, only in Democratic areas. But the governor's race is, again, always critical for state issues, all the more important because of threats to democracy and the Supreme Court sending abortion.
Natalie James in Vermont. CNN projects that Congressman Peter Welch will get the promotion and become the next senator from the state of Vermont in an open seat, defeating Gerald Malloy. Let's take a look at the overall balance of power in the 100-seat U.S. Senate. Democrats currently control 38 seats. Republicans currently control 39 seats. 23 seats are remaining. We also have a key race alert that we're going to go to Casey Hunt right now. Casey?
That's right, Jake. We're going to take a quick spin through all of these races for you. We got a whole bunch of vote in. We got Raphael Warnock sitting at 51% right now in Georgia to Herschel Walker's 47.2. He is, of course, right now above that critical threshold to avoid a runoff. We're going to be keeping close tabs. We've seen this move back and forth here in the last hour or so. 65% of the vote in there. Now let's check in on Ohio, where J.D. Vance still in the lead, but it's close, 50.3%.
So J.D. Vance is in the lead now over Tim Ryan. So that is a close race. That one's close, guys.
To Tim Ryan, the Democratic congressman, 49.7%. John King is going to need to walk us through where the votes are still out to let us know if it's actually going to end up being that close. It's about 45% of the vote in there. Now in North Carolina, look at this. Ted Budd sitting at 50% to Sherry Beasley's 48%. This is actually a little bit of a wider lead than we've seen at some points on this race tonight. We've got 72% of the vote in North Carolina.
That flipped. So the Republican candidate in the Senate, North Carolina, is in the lead now. They're 72% in.
All right, let's move now to New Hampshire, where we've got Maggie Hassan sitting at 57.8%, Don Bolduc sitting at 40.9%. Smart Republicans and Democrats that I'm talking to who are looking at these numbers say Hassan is in a very strong position at this hour. But of course, we only have 30% of the vote in, so we'll keep an eye on that one. Now let's go out to Colorado. This again, a reach for Republicans. Michael Bennet at 58.6% to Joe O'Dea.
Okay. That's Mr. Mackey. Mr. Mackey's at 58.6% in Colorado, and Joe O'Dea is at 39.2%.
Republicans 39.2% at this hour. But of course, we do need to know where the votes are coming in because we're only looking at 40% of them so far. Now let's check in on Wisconsin, expected to be one of the tightest races on the map tonight. So take these numbers with a grain of salt. Mandela Barnes in the early vote out to 70% ahead of Ron Johnson, the incumbent Republican.
Most of the Democrats, so you guys see what's happening here? A lot of the Democrat voters were early voters. So he has 70% against Ron Johnson right now. That's not going to hold. There's only 4% in. So just keep that in mind. Those are the early votes that they're counting right now that came in. So not so much the votes that came out today. So just keep that in mind there.
Who sits at 29.8% right now. I'm sure John King can explain to us why it looks that way. There's about 4% of the vote in right now in Wisconsin. Now I want to check in on Iowa, another unexpected place on the map, but there was an Iowa poll late in the cycle from a very trustworthy pollster out there that showed Chuck Grassley, the incumbent Republican, in a tight race with Democrat Michael Franken. And some early returns show Franken out ahead 58.3% to Chuck Grassley's 41.6%. But there is very little vote in Iowa at this hour. We only have 11% in. Let's also dip in on Pennsylvania, where John Fetterman, the Democrats, at 60.5%. These numbers are moving in real time. To Dr. Mehmet Oz's 37%. This is another situation where they're going to count votes very slowly. This is one where there's already...
When this result comes in, I'll probably be asleep. I'm serious, you guys, because Sabby and I hanging out all night. I'm serious. I'll probably be asleep because, again, this is the early vote. So 60.5% for Fetterman, 37% for Oz. So it's going to be a while for all of those votes from Pennsylvania to come in.
Litigation challenges, questions about how these votes are going to be counted, and we expect that's going to go late into the night. 17% of the vote in Pennsylvania. Now, Boris has got some governor's races to talk to us about, some of which are in some of these same states.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how voters may have split tickets in these races, Casey. First, let's start in the state of Texas. There we have an update. Incumbent Republican Greg Abbott building on the earlier lead he had on Beto O'Rourke, the former congressman, 149,000.
Beto is this bad. Beto is this damn bad. Now, you guys notice they don't mention the third party candidates up here. I think they may have to get a certain threshold to even be mentioned, but most of the time they don't mention them anyway. Delilah Barrios was the best candidate. Between Greg Abbott and Beto O'Rourke, Delilah, the third party candidate running for the Green Party, she was the best candidate. Beto's corporate and he sucks. No, yeah, third party. That's what I was saying. They don't usually mention them on here unless they get to a certain percentage. Then they're like, oh, we got to mention them, right? But Greg Abbott, corporate, it is what it is. Beto O'Rourke is also corporate, by the way, also takes money from Exxon. Now, he say he's supposed to be for, environment and pro, like, sorry, pro for helping the climate and all that kind of stuff, right? But he takes money from ExxonMobil, so he takes money from fossil fuel companies. They're both bad choices. But with everything that happened under Governor Abbott's previous term, considering that winter storm that hit Texas, where people lost power, people didn't have food, and that lasted for a while, the abortion overturn that happened in Texas, where it happened there first before it even happened in the Supreme Court, the United States Supreme Court, he couldn't beat that. This is how horrible Beto O'Rourke. I kept trying to tell you guys, I wish Beto would stop trying to be this politician. He's still trying. He's still trying. And people not feeling him like that. I called it that he would probably lose this race too.
Votes ahead for the two-time governor of Texas, 52% of the vote in there. Let's take a look at the state of Georgia. Brian Kemp right now with 111,000 vote advantage over Stacey Abrams, 66% of the vote in. Notably, he is above that 50% threshold, meaning he could potentially avoid a runoff if this.
So Brian Kemp can avoid the runoff. You see, this is Stacey Abrams. How do you go from being very close to Brian Kemp in the previous election to letting him just kind of punch you in the face like that? Part of it had to do with the fact that Stacey Abrams, in my opinion, I feel this time around ran a milquetoast campaign. She talked about funding the police more. She tried to appeal to that. She took money from Mike Bloomberg, Mr. Stop and Frisk himself. And then she had the nerve and the audacity to blame black men for the reason why her poll numbers were the way that they were. Well, newsflash, Stace, when you get on TV and you tell people it's black men's fault, black men don't know how to understand misinformation. You know what happened, Stacey? They ain't trying to vote for you. They ain't really trying. That don't really make people come out for you. It really don't. Maybe it has something else to do with the fact that maybe people in Georgia might be a little bit upset about those $2,000 checks that they were promised from the Biden administration, which you were the one that got the non-voters to come out and vote for. Maybe it might have something to do with that too. Maybe it might have something to do with the fact that, again, people are voting with their wallet. These are the economic voters that are coming out. Oh, well, I don't know what's next for you, Stace, but it don't look like it's going to be this.
And we just got an update there. Now 115,000 vote lead for Kemp. Let's take a look at the state of Michigan. Incumbent Democrat Gretchen Whitmer locked in this tough re-election battle with conservative commentator, former TV host Tudor Dixon. A 42,000 vote advantage for Whitmer, roughly an 8% lead right now. Still very early with only 12% of the vote in. Let's get an update for you from Pennsylvania. There, the Attorney General Josh Shapiro. He has nearly a 300,000 vote advantage over Doug Mastriano, one of the most extreme candidates you are going to see on the board tonight. 17% of the vote in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, one that our Jake Tapper knows very well. Jake.
All right, Boris, thanks so much. Let's take a look at this governor's race right now in Pennsylvania. Josh Shapiro, the sitting attorney general, running for governor against a state legislator named Doug Mastriano that Boris just aptly described. What's going on here?
So you're watching, it fills in more votes coming in, as you say. It's a nearly 300,000 vote lead for Josh Shapiro at the.
Yep. So for Pennsylvania governor, Josh Shapiro, 64.3%, Doug Mastriano, 33.9%, 18% reporting. We are going to do a quick pivot here. I do have an update about a ballot initiative here. Now, this one is about the good stuff. This one is about cannabis. And I think you guys really would want to see this. Now, I told you before, the best ways to get these progressive policies passed is through ballot measures through the state. So we've been able to do this in Massachusetts, but it's not just blue states where this happens. In fact, most of the BI states tend to be red states. And I just saw an update here in reference to legalizing marijuana. Let me go ahead and share this with you guys as well. I got to give you guys some good stuff, right? Like, you guys are probably like, hey, tell us something good. I think most of you will think that this is something good, right? So let's go ahead and hop down here. Now, these are the ballot measures. The one that I want to focus on is legalizing marijuana. I did see something pop up for North Dakota. So let's hop on down to that state. And I don't know if any of you live in North Dakota, but here's what's happening right now. North Dakota measure number 2, legalize recreational marijuana. Right now, it looks like 60.1% have voted no. 39.9% have voted yes. And I thought that was pretty surprising because at this point, like, why not? So it doesn't look like right now, there's an estimated 9% in. Right now, it is not heading in that. Wait a minute. Whoop, it just changed. Okay, my bad. Now it says 40.1% vote yes for legalizing marijuana in North Dakota and 59.9% vote no. Those numbers are still coming in, but we want to keep a watch on that one. There was another one for legalizing marijuana. I want to check on that state as well. This is Missouri. So this is Nick's state, Socialist MMA, comrade from RBN, legalizing recreational marijuana again. So right now, this one's close. 58.5% said no. 41.5% said yes, but it's only 1% is in right now. It's supposed to update every 3 seconds, so we can see that as well. So far, Missouri and North Dakota legalizing marijuana. So far, no is leading the pack, but there's not enough percentage in yet, and that could change. So, let's hold out here. Let's root for our peeps out there that are in those states where it hasn't been legalized yet, because at this point, I think it's just do it. Just do it. And it's also beneficial economically for the state as well. Another one that flagged my way, Michigan, guarantee constitutional right to abortion. Yes, 56.7%. No, 43.3%. Now, this is Rome state. So it says a yes vote supports adding the right to an abortion to the state constitution. A no vote opposes adding the right to an abortion to the state constitution. So that's another one we do want to keep an eye on. So I'll pop back out to the video coverage, and then I'll get back to these. But whoa, we got another update. Maryland legalized recreational marijuana. This one has just been updated. 65% said yes. 35% said no. And there is over 30% in. This one is trending in the right direction. So if you live in the state of Maryland, it could be coming your way. It could be coming your way, boo. It could be coming your way. Be coming your way now. Devotion Orange says, come on, Maryland. That's right, guys. I told you. That's why I said focus on these ballot initiatives. But I will be back with that. Eric, can you jump in for just a second? I just want to take a quick break. If you want, you can go to one of the other videos, like go back to CNN and go back to the video. But I'll come back with the ballot initiative updates, because like I said, that's updating like every 3 seconds or so. But I'll put CNN back up here. I'm just going to take a quick break. If you didn't have a chance to do so, guys, hit that like button. And Eric's coming for just a second. I'll be back in like 10 minutes.
All right. Here we are on election night. Let's see. And we almost kind of care about some of it. Well, we care about the ballot questions and things. Let me look at a few chats here. Ro Khanna on TYT now. Oh boy, I guess he's making the rounds of every place that won't beat him up the way Sabby did. Let's see. I don't think we got to this one. Thanks for this super chat. Cool Blue. Give the states more time for U.S. Senate projections. The networks will likely call the U.S. House flipping GOP during the hour of 9 or 10 p.m. Eastern. Yeah, we'll see. And also we had Scott here saying New York Times election needle is now predicting the GOP will take the House and Senate. Buckle up. That was my prediction that they'd probably you'd probably see the GOP take both houses. And then I like this one from Memeson. Which millionaire did you vote for? That seems to be a lot of times the choices. Let me clear that one. Let's see here. We had this one on the rock fins from Laura Baza. Thanks for this tipped comment. Thank you for keeping us company in such a scary time, Sabby. Election time in the USA is scary times. Yeah, I mean it kind of brings it to the forefront what exactly is going on. From the Red Rebel, which bank was elected? Yep, you said it. And let's see, can you remember to hit that like button? Yeah, we got these mass ballot questions that are close. We may take a peek at those. I noticed some of them have been tightening up. Dan says Missouri 4% and up 7% for cannabis. Yeah, 4% with 4% in, up 7% for the cannabis vote. Yeah, it's tough with these early returns to it can go either way. It kind of, I think it tends to depend on what the early returns are. Like if you're getting like a representative sample from like a state and whatnot, then the early returns give you a pretty good idea of what's going on. But a lot of times you're getting things like there's certain early counties, early states. Sometimes it's certain types of voters will be in urban areas. Sometimes the urban comes in earlier, sometimes it comes in later. So it can go either way. Rick said it was a blood moon eclipse last night, so coincidence. Yeah. And Mike saying money always wins. It certainly tends to have a way of doing that. Yeah, let me see if I can bring up some of these ballot questions. Yeah, here we go. Let's see where that's at. So this is, get on the right place here. Maryland. No, I want the other one. Here we go. In Massachusetts. So now I believe that's with about 8% reporting. Now we're seeing the no jump ahead. I don't like the way they put this, like they put like whichever one's in front on top, whereas I feel like they should just put yes on top or no. Anyways, yeah, this is not good at the moment. The millionaire's tax or the fair share tax, a little bit behind. So we'll see. I mean, that's almost like the only thing I really voted for. Ballot question 2 on the dental, that seems to be holding a pretty good lead. And with Massachusetts, the retail alcohol, that seems to have gone into the no. And then this one, so question 4 is one where they were repealing. It's like a voter repeal thing where if they vote no, it makes it harder for undocumented immigrants to get licenses, which is stupid. But with the low returns, that one's starting to look like it may be falling behind. But we'll have to check back. Let's see what we get up here. Well, we can see what the old CNN.
Dana Bash now, who has some analysis for us. Dana.
Thanks so much, Boris. And that number that you showed in Wisconsin, there are so many races there that we're watching tonight, such a battleground. But let's go back to the pair of firsts that Boris was talking about. Governors.
All right, they're pretty boring. I don't think we necessarily need Dana Bash's analysis. Let me see. I'd rather see what the chat is doing. Yeah, we got this one. Don't raise taxes. We might be a billionaire or a millionaire one day. And I don't know. Yeah, maybe people think they're going to win that big $2 billion lottery or something, and then the taxes will apply to them. Well, and now we got these numbers bouncing around again.
Yeah, I see. I know. It keeps changing like every 3 seconds.
I know. It looked bad a second ago.
Well, I really hope that one passes because they need to be taxed more. Like, enough is enough. And
sure
this
it'll
question
be yes
has
from
been
here.
proposed before, like this is the second time we've had this question in Massachusetts, for those who are not aware. So hopefully this time around it'll pass. I hope so. All right, let's flip back over to CNN and let's see what they are talking about over there, bud.
Mansions. You're going to have a Democrat in the governor's mansion again, and in Maryland, in Massachusetts and Maryland. Yeah. Maryland is, because we're local, we see the signs everywhere. Talk about Westmore and the importance of it.
Well, look, there's a lot of history that could be made tonight. I think these are two big ones, but especially for Democrats in Massachusetts, the first openly gay governor in that state, but the first lesbian in the entire country. There could be actually a second tonight if Tina Kotek wins in the.
You see the kind of stuff they talk about? The first openly LGBTQ, what? This is what they focus on. This is what Democrats focus on. And this is the thing that honestly has pissed a lot of people off. Let's not focus on their sexuality and let's focus on what are they going to accomplish politically, right? What are their plans? What ideas do they have? What are they going to do for the people in this state? They did the same thing with Governor Deval Patrick. They were like the first African-American governor in Massachusetts. Yeah, and economically, he was not good. He's the reason why the T, which is the public transportation system here, we call it the T. He's the reason why it's so backed up economically, why it's fallen apart, because under his administration, he was not performing those maintenance checks, which is a part of his job. That's supposed to happen. So he's the reason why our public transit system is a fucking mess. And all they did was focus on first African-American governor. And then, yeah, but what do you do for the people economically? So that's what they should be focusing on, not whether or not someone is the first LGBTQ. Who cares about that? Not focusing on the bread and butter issues.
State of Oregon. But that's a significant moment for the state of Massachusetts, that governor's mansion returning to Democrats. But in Maryland, in Westmore, I think what you're seeing there is someone who Democrats agree is perhaps the future of the party, a huge rising star, someone who, as Boris said, has never held public office before, taking over that governor's mansion from a very popular Republican governor. I think that's definitely one place I would be watching.
Yeah, there's no question. We obviously here in Washington, we see a lot of the ads for Westmore and enormously.
I just want to address Ashura. Oh, Ashura, you are late, hon. We already covered the news stories. So we're focusing on the election outcomes right now. Okay.
Impressive candidate. I agree with you. He's going to have a national profile. What's so interesting, these are two deep blue states, Maryland and Massachusetts. And for the last 8 years, both of them have been governed by moderate Republicans, Larry Hogan and Charlie Baker, both very popular. But both Healy and Moore were advantaged by the fact that they had hard right candidates who were strongly against abortion, strongly for Trump. And one of them said that Pence was a traitor. The other one said the 2020 election was rigged. That kind of politics from a Republican isn't going to work in Maryland and Massachusetts.
Yeah, no question. And the resume that Westmore has is just stellar. He was a veteran from Afghanistan in the 82nd Airborne.
Does she wear the same suit every election night? I feel like she wore this during the 2020 presidential election. I feel like she wears this same suit every election night. I'll have to go back and check, but it's just something that I've noticed here.
But I want to go back to Maura Healey and Massachusetts, because I'm sorry, when you think about it, the history-making moment of her being the first openly lesbian, okay. But the first woman, there's never been a female governor in Massachusetts?
I mean, it is amazing. And Massachusetts is not the only place where that is a piece of history that has not happened. I mean, there are a lot of places in this country, but especially when you look at these statewide contests where it is still a barrier.
The first woman, you see how they continue to do it? They're still doing it. Still doing it.
Barrier to reach for women to be elected to those positions, for Black people to be elected to those positions. I believe Westmore would be only the third Black governor that's been elected in this country. So since Reconstruction, I should say. So there are a lot of barriers that we thought we had gotten past that people are still breaking in 2022.
No, and
yeah, and you've had cities that have had African American mayors too and did absolutely nothing for African American communities. Let's just be real. It's not just about your skin color. It's not just about your sexual orientation. It's about what are you actually going to do for the people? And what are you going to do for those groups that you represent? Because a number of times we've seen this happen, right? Barack Obama, first African-American president. What did he do for the African-American community besides go to Flint and pretend to drink their dirty water? Think about that. Think about it.
And you're exactly right about Westmore. I mean, the first Black governor of Maryland, another deep blue state. A few barriers being broken tonight. We may see how the national race goes, but in a couple of very blue states, a couple of very impressive blue candidates.
Okay, back over to Jake.
Thanks so much, Dana. Coming up, the first results from Senate races in Nevada and Utah that could be key to the fight for Senate control. Our election coverage continues in just a moment. Stay with us.
Okay, so that should be huge. Let's hit go live. They should be there now.
It's election night in America, and we're getting deeper into this incredibly important night in America. Just minutes from now, we are going to get more results. But until then, let us start with the balance of power in the U.S. Senate. 40 Democrats in the U.S. Senate, 40 Republicans in the U.S. Senate. 20 seats are remaining. Remember, Republicans need to pick up one net Democratic seat in order to regain control.
Only one seat, guys. They only need one seat
Of the U.S. Senate. The balance of power right now in the House of Representatives. 75 Democrats, 129 Republicans, including 3 pickups. 231 seats are remaining. 218 seats are needed to control the House of Representatives. The state of play right now, when it comes to the House of Representatives, when it comes to competitive seats, there are 48 seats where the polls have closed and CNN has said it is too early to call. Of those 48, Democrats are in the lead in 37. Republicans are in the lead in 11. There are 82 competitive seats total. That is the state of play as of now, especially as those early votes are being tabulated. Just minutes from now, at 10 p.m. Eastern, polls are going to close in Nevada, in Utah, and Montana. Both parties aiming for the magic number of 218, the total number of seats needed to control the U.S. House of.
Okay, we're going to hold out for those updates because those states, those races there are incredibly important. Let's go ahead and pop back over to Fox News. Like I said, for those of you just joining, we are trying to be fair here. So let's see what they are talking
Florida,
about.
we have a quick count right away, is the fact that after the 2000 election, that Florida revamped how it did elections and make sure that you're dealing with this process right away. And particularly now that so many Americans are using mail ballots, Florida has been a place where they've been using mail ballots for years and years and years. That happens right away. Pennsylvania, in particular, is a place where Republican-controlled legislatures tried to keep things slowed down. And you're certainly seeing some of the same rhetoric you've seen around the 2020 election there. Michigan's the same situation. And at this point, it's just to be expected that when you have this many people voting by mail and you can't do anything to pre-process mail ballots in this big pile of ballots until once polls close, that it is going to take some time. And hopefully folks will be able to be patient with it because this is the intentional byproduct of how the process was created, or was administered, rather.
Yeah, Spencer, I know you want to chime in on this because that was obviously a key focal point post-2020. And like Ben was alluding to, it has kind of reared its head again this cycle. But do you think it's going to bog down a lot of the races like it did in 20?
I mean, I think the bogged down kind of comes down to what the final vote totals are going to be, right? Are we headed towards recounts in states like Pennsylvania or Arizona? Are we looking at runoff, which is probably most likely down in Georgia in the Senate race there? But I do think, referencing what happened in Florida in 2000 and how they changed things after that, it does seem like Florida obviously learned sort of the lesson of what can happen when people start doubting and asking questions about what the heck is going on down there with the hanging chads and everything else. But I don't think so far from what we've seen today that Pennsylvania and Arizona necessarily learned lessons on how to run elections more smoothly this time around than they did 2 years ago. And obviously there's no sort of indication that there's fraud happening, but there are situations where whether it's in Maricopa County today, you had a lawsuit filed already and slapped down by a Superior Court judge in Arizona over the ballot issues or the issues with the machines down there. And then in Pennsylvania, you had an issue with ballot machines running out of the paper they need to count the votes and process things that necessitated a judge extending.
Why are we still using machines? In Massachusetts, we have paper ballots, right? We have a paper ballot that we fill out, and then a representative puts it through a machine that says submitted, vote cast, right? Why do all these other states still have machines? The machines have problems. The machines have broken down before. I feel like this is on purpose because when you have those machines, it makes the lines longer. Let's be real, especially for people who are first-time voters. If you've never used those machines before, you get up there and it's a little bit confusing for the first time, right? And this has happened every election cycle. So why you still got these machines? Get rid of the stupid machines. Just do paper ballots and hand count them. That's what they do in countries like Colombia, right? So I talked to Convo Couch. They go down there to those elections and they compare their system to the United States system. And they said that is a big difference. First of all, everyone has election day off and they have paper ballots that are hand counted in front of the people. That's a big difference. Now, I do want to go ahead and give you an update on some of these ballot initiatives because I know Eric was just showing me that some of these questions have improved. We are flipping back to the millionaire wealth tax here in Massachusetts. This is question number 1. Right now, it's looking better. So far, 52%, 52.8% are saying, yes, we need to put that 4% tax on those who make $1 million or more annually here in Massachusetts to help fund education and our infrastructure. And 47.2% are saying no, 14.23% reporting. Let's scroll down. What's really frustrating is they still don't have question 5 on here yet. And that's the one, that's the really big one. And I'm going to flip back also to these ballot measures in other states as well. I don't know what the hell is going on in California, but their stuff is not updating at all. It could just be, again, time difference. We need to fix that. So I'm still waiting on results from California. I need to go up to the top here because I do want to show you Arizona, Arkansas, legalizing marijuana. This is another one that has recreational marijuana on the ballot. So for Arkansas, so far, 55.9% are saying no, 44.1% are saying yes, and 24% is in. Again, why would you, at this point, why are you voting no in 2022? It's just really freaking weird. Some of those people that voted no probably smoke too. That's what pisses me off, It's like the secret smokers, the ones who smoke, but they don't want nobody to know that they smoke. Those people. Okay. So we're going to have to skip through California because their results have not come in yet. Same with Connecticut, Iowa. State constitutional right to bear arms. Now, a yes vote supports adding the right to bear arms to the state constitution. So far, 40.3% say no. 49.7% are saying yes. That's close. I'm surprised this is as close as it is. In Iowa? So here's the thing about me, I'm pro Second Amendment and I would never purchase a gun, but I believe that's your constitutional right if you want to do so. And I am not on the right at all. I am far to the left, but I do support that. I am surprised that it's this close in Iowa. Bad Cookie said that is crazy. Yeah, I don't know. That's a shocking one to me. I didn't think it would come to that in that state. Kentucky, constitutional right to abortion. Let's check out this one. This is Amendment 2. A yes vote supports changing the Constitution to state there's no right to abortion in Kentucky. A no vote opposes changing the Constitution. So far, 54.4% say no. 45.6% say yes. Make sure I read that correctly. A yes vote. This amendment would amend the Constitution to the state that nothing in the Constitution shall be construed to secure or protect a right to abortion or require the funding of an abortion. A yes vote supports changing the Constitution to the state there's no right to abortion. Okay, so it looks like so far the majority agree that there should be a right. That's Kentucky. Again, this is important. So pay attention to that, you guys. Hopping on down. Maryland, legalizing cannabis in Maryland is headed in the right direction. They're still doing well there. Majority want it. And we're going to check again, abortion in Michigan. A yes vote support the right to abortion. So far, Michigan is saying yes for that. 54.7% say yes. 45.3% are saying no. And then we're heading down here. That's expanded voting access and policies in Michigan. Majority are saying yes so far. The legalizing marijuana in Missouri, I can't believe this is terrible. 46.7% are saying yes. That's absolutely ridiculous. Like, some people got to get their panties out of the bunch. I don't know. I don't know, man. You got to get with the times a little bit here. Legalizing marijuana in North Dakota. I want to check on this again. 55.9% say no. And 44.1% say yes. Again, very strange. Very strange. 23% in. Okay, and I think some of these are not in yet, but there is a ballot measure for ranked choice voting in Nevada. That one, again, West Coast is going to come in a little bit later here. And Ohio, require U.S. citizenship to vote in local elections. I thought that was already required. Okay. Anyway, the majority say yes. A yes vote supports prohibiting certain people, including non-citizens, from voting in state and local elections. So the majority say yes to that. That's not a surprise to me here. And then I'm still waiting for a lot of these to come through. South Dakota, also marijuana legalization. 53.4% say no. 46.6% say yes. Estimated vote count, 18%. This is absolutely ridiculous. It's funny to me because, like I said, when I was in college, it's like you knew people that smoke, but they didn't want people to know they smoke. And they would say yeah, that's an illegal substance, but they would smoke. So you got to wonder, what is this really about? Why are so many people voting no? This brings revenue to the state. This brought money to our state, you guys. When we had, once we had the cannabis shops up and going, the state is making a lot of money off of that. So I don't know, honey buns. Let's pop back over to CNN and see if there are any updates now on those races in Nevada.
Representatives, 11
for another. Herschel Walker at this hour. We've got 77% of the vote in, but I think it's very obvious to everybody watching this could go either way. Let's take a look at Wisconsin. We obviously just saw what Boris.
I'm going to try to go back just a little bit.
But I think it's very obvious to everybody watching. Back in the lead by 0.1%. Look at that. 2,300 or so votes separating Warnock.
Do you guys see this race in Georgia? Raphael Warnock, 49.1%. Herschel Walker, 49%. Guys, I told you, I warned people, it should have never been this close. Should have never been like, this is absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. If Warnock loses to Walker, what the hell? Seriously, what the hell? Ay. Again, the economic issues, man. Queer Black Socialista, Warnock is a horrible candidate. Yeah, I agree with that too. Bad Cookies, is he really going to lose the mental case Herschel Walker? Cake Batter, I'm predicting Walker. Isn't this crazy, you guys? Isn't it like, this is cray. And I remember people were laughing about this too. Like months ago, they were like, Herschel Walker, like he actually has a chance. Okay.
From Herschel Walker at this hour. We've got 77% of the vote in, but I think it's very obvious to everybody watching this could go either way. Let's take a look at Wisconsin. We obviously just saw what Boris was pointing out. It's similar on the Senate side. Mandela Barnes, the Democrat, sitting at 51.8%, but that is not as strong as the gubernatorial candidate, Ron Johnson, the incumbent Republican, at 48%. We expect this to be one of the closest Senate contests throughout the night. We've only got 34% of the vote in, so keep watching that one. Pennsylvania, let's check back in. This has changed pretty dramatically since the last time we really looked at it. John Fetterman is now at 52.1% to Mehmet Oz's 40.
Okay, so this is a big difference here than before. So he's at 52.1%, Oz is at 45.4%, and 41% is reporting. So this right now looks like it's going in John Fetterman's favor. I know they still have a lot more to count there as well. So we'll keep an eye out.
45.4%. This is starting to look a lot more like we expect it to look as they count the votes, perhaps over the next couple of days, depending on how close it remains. Right now, about 146,000 votes separating them. Fetterman has been underperforming the Democratic candidate in the governor's race, Josh Shapiro. So another thing to keep an eye on. Let's check in on Ohio, where J.D. Vance has expanded his lead a little bit over Democrat Tim Ryan, the congressman who's challenging him. This is
J.D. Vance has now jumped up 53.4%. Tim Ryan, 46.6%. Guys, it's 67% reporting. %67 reporting. This is insane. This is crazy. I'm telling you, once you get over to the 70, this is how I have this prediction. Usually once we get over to the 70% reporting, I don't know, man. I don't know. Wow. And J.D. Vance was backed by Trump, if I remember correctly.
of course, retiring Republican Rob Portman's seat, so if Vance can hang on to this lead, it'll represent a Republican hold, 53.4% to Ryan's 46.6%. We still do, of course, have about 30% of the vote outstanding there. Now let's go down to North Carolina, where Ted Budd is still leading Democrat Sherry Beasley, 50.8% to Sherry Beasley's 47.1%. Retiring Republican Richard Burr has this seat right now, so this will probably stay red. 50.8% versus 47.1%, and it's 83% is reporting right now. Again, having lived in North Carolina, although it has some blue pockets and it has gone more towards like voting for the Democratic Party. Again, this goes back to those economic issues and some of the things that happened during the pandemic in these states. And I predict, I could be wrong, but I predict here, I do think he's going to hold this. So, yep. Represent a Republican hold. This has been pretty steady for the past couple of hours, but the vote count creeping upward. We're now at 83% in North Carolina. And let's check back in New Hampshire. This is one that a lot of people were looking to for signs of potentially an early Republican wave if Don Bolduc, the Republican, had a particularly strong showing. So far, that's just not happening. Maggie Hassan is at 57.2%, Bolduc down at 41.5%. Now, granted, we still only have about 40% of the vote in there. So,
yeah, it's really interesting. Some people still call New Hampshire a swing state. New Hampshire hasn't been red in years. So I don't even know if I would refer to it as that anymore. Let's go ahead and hit go live and see recent updates.
So that could change, but Democrats ahead. Democrats still holding both in New Hampshire. Democrats holding that seat in Rhode Island I talked about. We're not done yet, but they're leading. Democrats, this is another one we haven't talked about all night long. Republicans were hoping to pick up, you talked about New England earlier, hoping to pick up a Democratic seat in Connecticut. Only 10% of the vote, but the Democratic incumbent ahead at the moment.
Vice President Kamala Harris was dispatched to Western Connecticut a few weeks ago, early October, to buck up Democratic turnout in this area, and it's only 10%, but still, right now, Democrats holding it.
10%, and it's early vote, and that's one of the reasons. Again, we've been urging patience all night. But if you look at the map right now, you see these are the 82 competitive seats, and you're seeing, again, these races aren't called. That's a very important point to make. Most of them are not called, but you're seeing a lot of blue. If you're the Democrats, you're thinking, okay, at least at the moment, this Republican bragging about a big red wave, this map is incomplete. We're not done. We haven't called these races. But if you're looking now, you don't see it. Can you get a Republican majority here? Yes, you can.
Sure, absolutely.
Yes, you can. But do you see, you don't see 30 seats.
John sounds nervous. He sounds a little bit nervous to me. I do want to go to one of the comments here. Science Lab, who will the Dems blame overall for tonight's results? Us. They will. They'll blame the non-voters. Stacey Abrams will continue to blame black men. They're going to blame, the American people. I mean, I did vote. I just didn't vote for any of those mofos. I didn't vote for Democrats. I didn't vote for Republicans. I voted third party, and I voted for the ballot initiatives. And to me, that's that. I felt good walking out doing that. I didn't feel like I was making a sacrifice vote, or I didn't feel like I was just voting against another team. So for me, it's just, I don't know. I'll be able to sleep well tonight.
Looking at this map, and we'll know a lot more 2 hours and 3 hours and into the morning than we will now. But again, we'll see if this one holds up. This is an incredibly competitive race for a Democrat. He has a narrow lead here, 27% in. Again, ranked choice voting kicks in here. So this one's going to take a long time to finish the count. But
this is the difference when you have ranked choice voting. So you do see they do have a third party here. They're at 7.6%. But again, this is why, I say the Democratic Party and Republican Party, they don't really want this ranked choice voting in place, because if you did not have it, right, would that third party candidate have the percentage that they have? Probably not. So
if you're going into ranked choice voting, you'd still rather be the guy with the most. And I just want to check where we are in the vote count here in New Hampshire, because again, the Republicans really thought maybe, especially with the governor, Chris Sununu, coasting to re-election, that they could pick up at least one of these, and Custer holding on as we're up to 27% here.
I don't know why they thought they would pick that again. I don't know why they thought they would pick that up. Again, like I said, New Hampshire has not been a red state in years. It's like these states where people keep calling the swing state. They keep calling Florida swing state. They're not swing states anymore. They're really not. Let's go live.
Here's Marcy Kaptur in a district the Republicans who control the governor's office and the legislature redrew her district at 65% of the vote. Still a ways to go, and the Republicans benefit from the election day vote, so we're still not there. But if you're Marcy Kaptur, one of the hardest working Democrats, not taking partisan sides, she works the district hard. She goes home, and you're looking, this is all new territory for here, way out here. And at the moment, if you break it down by county, you take a look at the district. This tells you, this is when they redrew the district, they added this. So it's just they're interesting to watch, Jake, as we go through. Still a lot of counting to go, but more blue than Republicans had hoped on the map at this moment.
All right, John. And CNN has some projections for you right now in the U.S. House.
What's with the music?
Democrat, 3 Republicans. CNN is projecting the Democratic Congresswoman Abigail Spanberger is the winner in Virginia's 7th congressional district.
Not really a win for us, though. Like I said, she's a CIA Democrat. She's corporate. AOC's PAC funded her campaign. She is not a good person to have in there. This is what happens when you're only for a team. We're going to pop out of here from CNN and we are going to pop over to MSNBC. We haven't checked out the khaki crew to see what's going on there. Actually, let me go back to the channel here and see if, okay, they got a different one here. Oh, you guys are just showing maps and like, that's it, really? Y'all can do better than that. You can do better. We'll go back to this one here to check out how it's going. We'll hit live. Okay, so they're still kind of focusing on, I mean, obviously we knew South Dakota was going to stay the same. South Dakota, that was another one with the ballot initiative. I didn't see them on there. I'll go back and check to see if they actually passed expanding Medicaid. They were trying to pass that in their state. Let's pop back. We're going to go back into, is Roland Harris, was he still here? Did I get rid of him? I probably got rid of Roland Harris. He was probably, is this, oh, here he is. Okay. Let's see what's happening here.
We will be the first state in this country to offer a service year option to every single high school graduate.
So that's more for Maryland. So looks like he is already giving his acceptance speech. And I don't know who is holding the camera here, but they cut off part of his head. And yeah, I don't know what is happening with that. I don't get it. Let's go back over to this ballot initiative part. I'm going to just double check really quick to see if I missed South Dakota. Okay, there's the recreational marijuana one. What happened to the Medicaid one? See, some of these aren't updated. That was the one I was really looking for. Yeah, they don't have that one on here yet. Oh, well. Okay, that's all right. I'll come back in. Let's go back over to Fox News. I hope I'm not driving everyone crazy by bouncing around. I just want to be fair. Let's see here. We're going into this one. Oh, wait. Is this the same one?
Opponent Nan Whaley, the former mayor of Dayton, Ohio. But let's check in on the Ohio Senate race. We haven't brought you some of these numbers at all tonight. This is really one that Democrats have an eye on. They want to.
Roland Martin. What did I say? Did I say Roland Harris? Roland Harris was a classmate of mine. He was on the football team. I bet you that's what I said. I bet you I said Roland Harris. Thanks so much, Jonathan.
Get this out of Republican hands. But you can see there 68% of votes reported in. Democrat Congressman Tim Ryan there at 56%, his Republican challenger, J.D. Vance. So this.
That is a very different number that CNN gave. Are they sure? Didn't CNN just give the opposite? Okay. I don't know, man. Some of you guys don't have the same numbers.
Is not too close, but some are saying too close to call. These are the most up-to-date numbers that we are bringing you. So we'll keep an eye on this. If Democrats do pull this off, that would be quite the upset there against J.D. Vance and rock-solid red Ohio. We'll keep up to date
changed
in Ohio there. So I know we are kind of rifling through these.
Okay, yeah. You know what? I don't know, dude. I don't know if this is your first run at this. And that's okay. That's cool. But I knew something was off. I was like, that is not the data that I just saw. So I don't know who is doing your stuff over at
key battleground states. That, of course, is Nevada. We'll be checking in with one of our reporters there about where things stand. We'll see you in 2 minutes.
Oh, he gone. Yeah, I don't know about this dude. I think I'm just going to go to Fox News because I don't know. Like, if your data's off, that Sabby not like Sabby. No. Is this? Let's go to this one. Okay, Arkansas. Sarah Huckabee Sanders. Give me a break. But I'm not even going to answer that, Ashera. I'm not even going to answer that. This is not the one I wanted either. Let's go to this one and let's see if they. Yeah, I don't know. You guys, your coverage is not doing what I wanted to do. So I'm sorry. I'm going to have to bounce. MSNBC, their coverage isn't really doing what I wanted to do.
45 over Biden. So if you're Adam Frisch, the Democrat, you want to be running 5 points north of Joe Biden's number in the counties in this district. And if you just start to take a look, 75% in, you start to see that that's what he's doing. He's overperforming the Biden number substantially in county after county. Now, there are some heavily Democratic counties. Ski country is part of this district. There are some heavily Democratic counties in this district, but even in those heavily Democratic counties, he's overperforming the Biden number. You go to the core Republican counties, he's over. This is interesting right now. When you look at the vote that's come in, the fact that he's got that lead and that he seems to be consistently outperforming the Biden number across the district, this is certainly on my radar right now. And again, I know Democrats.
So this is Adam Frisch. He's the candidate running against Lauren Boebert. And basically what Steve is saying right now, so apparently he is overperforming in the Biden areas in Colorado. There's 71% that's in already. So this one might be different. Let's see how this goes.
Yep.
Yep. And just like that, Steve was gone. Yeah, y'all got to work on that. You guys have got to work on that. ABC, I have to be careful with, you guys. I know someone mentioned ABC in the chat. I have to be careful with that one. ABC News.
Yeah, so you can see it right here.
Hi, Steve. Let's see. ABC News has, let's see what they're saying.
Every 10 years, running in a more conservative district. Take a look at where things stand right now. Captor is the longest serving woman in the House. 56% of the vote right now. She's ahead about 24,000 votes compared to J.R. Majewski, who was someone who was there on January 6th. We talk about election deniers being on the ballot. This was someone who was at the Capitol on January 6th, David.
It's kind of a holy shit. I didn't realize that. I didn't realize he was there. Let me see if I can go back a little bit and see if there it is.
That state, both of them trying to fill Rob Portman's seat. Tim Ryan, look at this. This is a change since the last half hour that we checked. 67% of the vote in. Rick Klein's over at the big board. We're going to go to him in a second. He's going to talk about the blue.
I'm just going to say something, and if you've seen this movie, you'll know what I'm talking about. But Tim, you in trouble. Like right now, Tim Ryan, you are in trouble. Like this is, oh, wow. Oh man.
Mirage we were expecting earlier in the night. J.D. Vance now taking the lead in that state. We're going to ask Rick to show us some of the counties that explain why he's now in the lead. And in North Carolina, the Senate at this hour, you've got Sherry Beasley and Representative Ted Budd in that North Carolina Senate race. Before we go to North Carolina, you have it up on the screen now, Lily, 47. Ted Budd now in the lead there as well, 50 to 47. Again, this could be another case of the blue mirage in the beginning. We'll ask Rick. He's standing by on that. But first, Alex Brachet is.
What's that, Black Nobility? Herschel Walker just took the lead over Warnock. Let's see if we can get an update on that. Let's see if we can get a quick update here on ABC. They're going for a break. Maybe CNN might be back. Let's see if they have that update. Thanks for letting me know.
He's a former CIA case officer.
What did DeSantis say? Florida is where woke goes to die.
Right.
Yeah,
Well,
and I will say, what he did during the campaign, he ran all over the country campaigning for all different kinds of Republicans, and he never made it about himself, unlike others. And look how he got rewarded by the Republicans. I'm telling you, what he put together and what his team did.
Ron DeSantis destroyed Christ. Like, this is crazy. Like, he destroyed him. Oof. Oof.
It's really impressive.
Big night. Let's go back to Jake in D.C. Jake?
All right, Anderson, thanks so much. I'm standing here at the Magic Wall, obviously, with Mr. King, taking a look at the...
You know what I'm talking about, Goldilocks. Molly, girl, you in danger. You know what movie I'm talking about.
at the U.S. Senate, and what we got 46 Democrats leading right now, 2 of them in Republican seats, 46 Republicans leading right now, 1 in a Democratic seat. Give us the lay of the land.
So one of the Democrats leading in a Republican seat is Mandela Barnes, the lieutenant governor of Wisconsin, leading right now, 47% of the vote counted over the incumbent senator by a 30,000 vote margin. Remember, Donald Trump won this state by 20,000 votes. Then Joe Biden won the state by 20,000 votes. That is today's Wisconsin. It will be close, and you see all the gray. Those are mostly Republican areas, so we're still waiting for votes to come in. This is going to go. This is a very competitive race. Again, this is one of those races, though, North Carolina, Ohio, and Wisconsin, where you had Democratic candidates in traditionally red-leaning states in a midterm year. This one more of a battleground, who ran very competitive races, and we're going to keep counting votes there because Lieutenant Governor Barnes ran a very competitive race.
So that Wisconsin race is looking pretty close between Barnes and that was Johnson. That's looking pretty close. Let's go to those comments on Rockfin, and then I'm going to try to get that update on Herschel Walker and Warnock. Thank you for the tip on Rockfin, Laura. Thank you for keeping us company in such a scary time, Sabby. Election time in the U.S. is scary times. I agree 100%. Thank you for this tip, Linda. Gavin and Zach from the Vanguard said they and their friends had trouble voting in Missouri today. That may be why the vote for marijuana legalization is low. That is good to know. That's interesting. I'm gonna ask them about that. That's troubling if that's the case. Sabby don't like that. Let me see if I got an update here. Just want to do an update quickly on these ballot questions. Let's go back up. That would explain it, because I'm like, that to me, it's a no-brainer. Again, the millionaire tax in Massachusetts, question 1. This is moving up and up. 52.5% said yes, tax those mofos. 47.5% said no. So the dental one is still looking really great. This one is huge difference. Like wow, that's awesome. Question 3, like I said, that one was a weird one. And then repeal. Okay, so like Eric told me, the Medicare for All one may not show up since it was only certain counties. Let's try to see if we can get this update on the Herschel Walker.
Just about everywhere. So and so it matters. It matters enormously, because if you come in here and you come Fulton County, it's Atlanta, it's the largest slice. There are 159 counties in Georgia, so it's a complicated state, but 10% of the population is right here. Atlanta, majority Democratic, without a doubt, overwhelmingly Democratic. Then you move out to the suburbs that are still predominantly Democratic, but there are Republican votes to be had, right? Herschel Walker's getting 23% of the vote there. Brian Kemp is getting 28% of the vote. That matters, and it matters hugely.
And let me also ask you, because first of all, I mean, Herschel Walker was running a base.
We're going to pause this for just a second. The fact that the Republican candidates are getting a percentage that high in Fulton County, that's an issue. Pay close attention to that, because typically that is not the way that would go. Like, that's primarily Democrat area in Fulton County, but they have managed to get voters there. And that may be, if Herschel Walker wins, that may be what puts him over, that he was able to grab some in that county. And if that is happening for Herschel Walker, the same thing obviously happened here for Brian Kemp. 28.2% he received from Fulton County. Okay.
Campaign. He was just trying to get Republicans out. Brian Kemp, who is a very conservative Republican, was also trying to appeal to Democrats and suburban voters. We see a similar difference in approach between Stacey Abrams, who was also running kind of a base campaign, a little less so than Herschel Walker, but versus Raphael Warnock, the incumbent senator, who was really highlighting work he'd done in a bipartisan way. Can you show me where Stacey Abrams is underperforming Senator Warnock.
Sure, I can. And I want to add to that point. Stacey Abrams ran 4 years ago. Raphael Warnock has had to run 3 times, right?
You see this? So now Herschel Walker is 49.3% and Warnock is 48.7%. So it says that Walker is 21,832 ahead. Listen, the whole, his personal history that the Democratic Party tried to use and say, didn't you pay women to have abortions and things like that? Doesn't seem like that matters as much to people as they thought it would now, does it? No, it doesn't. People are looking at their economic issues, their financial issues. We have inflation in this country. It's been going on for months. People are fed up. People are tired. They didn't get those $2,000 checks that they were promised. And I told people that that was going to be a mistake. Let's see how much of the percentage is in, though, because I think I missed that part.
So this is a campaign that says, where is, the question is, where is Abrams?
Just to explain this for people who are not in Georgia, the reason Raphael Warnock had to run 3 times is because he ran for the Senate in 2020.
Oh, they are nervous. You hear the sound of Jake Tapper's voice? He is nervous. They sound very nervous with this particular race. So it's 82. I can't see, it's so small. It's either 82 or 83% reporting. Wait a minute.
20. Nobody got above 50%. So then he had to run again in January 2021, and now he's running again. So that's the 3rd time.
And he may have to run again in a month, December 6th. That's just the way it is. We'll see how this one plays out. So where is the
81%? Yikes.
The question is, where is Abrams underperforming Warnock? And it's not in as many places, right? It's not in as many places because it's the percentages. It's the percentages. But
what do you mean it's not as many places?
If you come in and look at it, it's in everywhere. It's everywhere. In the sense that she's running behind him because nothing changes, right? So again, so the point. Sorry, I was distracted because the point I was going to make is you come in here and you think, okay, Senator Warnock's getting blown out here, right? And he is. But in close races, to your point about Brian Kemp, popular conservative governor, who's doing okay in the Democratic areas. Okay.
Not horrific.
Right. Not horrific, right? But he's doing okay. And then you come out here where Herschel Walker's getting 65%. You say, well, why are we talking about that, right? That's 30 points. That's 31 points. Well, we're talking about it because of this. Because that's, 35 points, right? It just a little bit matters, right? 5,971 votes for Stacey Abrams in this county. 6,200.
Nah, bud. You guys sound very nervous to Sabby. Go ahead and hit that like button, you guys. Go ahead and smash that. They sound really nervous because the culture war didn't work. You guys see, like those issues, they were like, oh, he got women pregnant and told them to have an abortion. Okay. Stacey Abrams criticizing Black men for the reason why her poll numbers were low. Doesn't seem to be working, does it? And they have learned nothing from Hillary Clinton's campaign from 2016. They've learned nothing when she called people deplorables. You think that makes people want to come out and support you when you call them names? When you insult their intelligence? This is very telling because I'm going to say this. Stacey Abrams was already complaining about the people who are supporting Warnock but not supporting her. Now both of them are losing. So what's going to be the complaint this time? We were just on a panel about this on Rising a couple days ago. And the gentleman that was on the panel, he said, well, people don't actually vote with their pocketbook. They don't. I told him that the abortion issue was not the number one issue, that people were more concerned about the economy and about inflation. People who are working class and poor are more concerned about how they're going to pay for groceries next month. They're not thinking about Herschel Walker baby mama drama. That's the thing.
So, but that's 300 votes for Raphael Warnock that Stacey Abrams didn't get.
And it's 300 there, and then it's another couple hundred here, is what I'm saying. So in the very rural conservative areas of Georgia, Warnock's getting blown out, but by a not much, by a smaller margin.
20
votes here, 100 votes there matter. Now, it matters out here for the Democrats, and this is where it matters up here for the Republicans. Again, this is DeKalb County. This is Joe Biden won this county by 67 points, right? So you're not looking for this to be red tonight. It's not going to be red tonight. But you see Herschel Walker at just shy of 12%. 12% if you round that up.
Right.
The governor's running at 15%.
15%. Again,
that matters. 33,000 votes to 26,000 votes. In a close election, every single one counts.
So what's the overall right now? Because I want to bring in David Chalian at the Battleground Desk. Right now, it's 81% established have reported. Let's bring in David Chalian at the Battleground Desk to tell us. David, this 81%, where's it from, and where's the 19% we're waiting for coming from?
Right. So right now, Jake.
Oh, God, they are so nervous. Wait till I talk to my dad. I'll call my dad tomorrow. Wait till I talk to my dad. If Walker wins, like, Dad, can you believe Raphael Warnock lost to Herschel Walker? Because my dad knows who he is because football, right? I'm like, Dad, can you believe what? You were the incumbent. Oof.
Herschel Walker's in the lead. He's got that 1.645 million votes there. Raphael Warnock, 1,621,000 votes, 81% of the vote in. How much of this vote is pre-election vote? Right now, our estimate is 70% of it is pre-election vote, which we know Democrats have been participating in the pre-election vote in more robust numbers than Republicans. At the end of
if 70% of this is pre-election vote, and we know that Democrats are more likely to participate in the pre-election vote, which is the early voting, mail-in ballots, etc., then this is bad news for Warnock. This is bad news. That's why they sound so nervous, because they know. They already know.
the day, we think that's going to drop down to 61%. So right now, there's more pre-election vote in the Georgia vote as a share than we think there will be at the end of the day. Now I want to break down specific method of voting and take a look at what's left uncounted here. So in the mail vote, where Raphael Warnock has a 36.9% lead, it's a big Warnock advantage category, there's still 26% of that mail vote uncounted. I'm going to add in early in person. Here, Warnock has an 8.5 percentage point lead over Walker, and there's only 5% counted. Now, these two buckets together, remember what I just said, make up what we think will be 61% of the overall electorate. The smaller piece is the election day vote, okay, down here. Now, that is a big Herschel Walker category. He's winning it by 27.2%, and there's still 42% of it uncounted. But remember, the top two categories, let me see if I can unhighlight, that is what we think is going to make up 61% of the vote. And the election day vote, which again, 42% is uncounted, we think that's going to make up at the end of the day about 40% of the vote in Georgia. This is why you're seeing such a close race right now.
It is a nail biter. No idea what's going to happen here.
But I think the point that they're missing here, I mean, Warnock can still pull ahead and win because of the math they just gave you there. But I think the point they're missing is it shouldn't be that tight in the first place. It shouldn't be that tight. Like, Dems, you had the majority. Like, it shouldn't even have come to this. You shouldn't have to sit back and say, well, don't worry about it. We still have the mail-in, and don't worry about it. We still have this. It shouldn't be this close. This is the part that they're missing here on CNN. They're going to drive people to the end of the night for this nail biter, and without addressing the issue that it shouldn't be this close in the first damn place. Let's hit go live. Let's see what's happening.
That close. It's just one county, but you're looking at margins all across. But as Bree notes, we have some outstanding votes to count. Sorry to interrupt. Go.
Okay, so the other thing we're looking at, if we go to, okay, you're in Allegheny County now. Okay, so let's take a look at Allegheny County here. Obviously, where Pittsburgh is, 90 to 95% of the results should be in by 11 p.m. And obviously, Allegheny showing up first as you've been watching all of those results coming in. But we should be getting a really strong picture of what is happening there, where you can compare what John Fetterman is doing, obviously, to the gubernatorial candidate and get a sense of how things are going.
Yeah, and look, I mean, this was always going to be a nail biter, and it was always.
So it looks like right now, Fetterman is 40.4%. Oz is 47.1%. They said they should have like 90% in by 11 p.m. So it looks like Fetterman is most likely going to take Pennsylvania. Again, it's unfortunate regardless because they're both bad candidates. We went through this whole thing about John Fetterman multiple times. So it sucks because neither one of them are really going to help in reference to climate change. Fetterman supports fracking. Neither one of them are really going to help in reference to the working class per se. Fetterman is not really working class. He's a cosplaying working class person. And it just, at the end of the day, who wins is the corporations win. That's the thing. John Fetterman, if he wins, he's not going to do anything different that's already being done by the corporate politicians in the Democratic Party in the first place. He's not going to do anything different. He's not going to be this big outlier. He's pro-fracking. He'll fit right in. And that's why someone like Hillary Clinton endorsed him.
A very, very tight race, especially with, I think it's fair to say that Oz closed pretty strong.
Yes.
But at the end of the day, Fetterman is a known quantity, the lieutenant governor, and Oz. People talked about earlier about does it bother them? It was an exit poll. Does it bother them that Oz is a new resident of the state? As a Pennsylvanian, let me just say the issue wasn't just that he's a new resident of the state; it's that he was from Jersey. Which, if you're from Pennsylvania, that's not just that's not from Connecticut. That's a whole other thing. It means. But look, we'll see what happens. But Brianna, go ahead.
Okay, so let's look at Bucks County, heading to those suburbs that you were just checking out there outside of Philadelphia. 40,000 mail-in ballots now have been scanned. They're expecting all of the votes to be counted by midday tomorrow. Okay, so we've got some time ahead of us to find out what is happening there.
Yeah, so like I told you guys, I will be going to sleep. I'm going to head out here. I got 20 minutes left, and I'm going to head out because seriously, I'm trying to remember how much time I got left on StreamYard. I think it was 93.3 hours. I might have already reached that max. Sorry, I'm just talking to myself. But I will be heading out around 11 p.m. But I told you, they still said they're still going to be counting tomorrow. What I tell ya. I did want to address a comment here. The apprehensive one. CNN is really pulling shit out of their ass to show a Warnock win. You are on point, Sabs. This race shouldn't be close. Yeah, it shouldn't be that close at all. It's embarrassing. Let's go live. Update.
And the primary, if memory serves, is that ultimately he beat a very strong challenge from Dave McCormick by beating him in the obviously in the total vote count, but that included early ballots.
Yes.
He wasn't telling people not to vote.
Right. That'll be one of the great case studies, again, when we're done with the count, the most important thing, who controls the Senate, who controls the House, what about these governor's races, as we get through all that, when we can do a closer analytical environment, look at the Ron DeSantis win in Florida. Florida Republicans did much better in early voting this time than they did in 2020. The Kemp campaign says, I haven't looked at the data yet, the Kemp campaign says when you look there, they did better, even though Democrats are dominating the Georgia early voting, the Kemp campaign, again, on the margins, the Kemp. So it's just a simple question. With Donald Trump saying don't do it, just ask yourself this. Would you like a month to turn out your vote or one day to turn out your vote? I mean, what Donald Trump did to Republicans in 2020 was, forgive the word, asinine. Because he cost them the ability to have more time to turn out more votes. And in a digital age, the second you return your ballot or the day after, I know it. So I can move on to somebody else. You're not wasting your money still texting Jake Tapper saying you need.
Okay, now we're going to flip back over to ABC was here just a second ago. Roland ain't doing nothing no more. Roland then rolled out. That was Fox. Are they doing anything different now? Let's go back over to ABC.
Voting period tonight. A judge took a look at this and actually denied the suit. So in the end, the polls closed. We saw that first batch of results coming out, but so much at stake, both for the Republicans and the Democrats in this race, David.
Wait, excellent. We'll come back to you shortly here. Mark, if we could put back up the slates for both the Senate race and the governor's race. First, the Senate, Mark Kelly. This is with 51% of the vote in. 51% of the vote in now. Mark Kelly leading 58% to 39% for Blake Masters. Again, this is Maricopa County. This is also the mail-in vote that they count first in Arizona, which in the past historically has has leaned Democratic. And in the governor's race, Katie Hobbs 57%, with 50% of the vote in to Kari Lake's 42.9. Again, it's early, but John, this is still attention grabbing.
Yeah, I mean, but very important note of caution here. As we look at these results, it looks like Katie Hobbs is really building up a lead over Kari Lake. It looks like Mark Kelly's really building up a lead over Blake Masters. It also looks, by the way, like Mark Fincham, another person that was at the Capitol on January 6th,
Secretary
is also
of State,
losing,
right?
running for Secretary of State, is also losing from a slightly bigger margin. But look, they count the early mail-in vote first in Arizona. And there was a big emphasis in this race by a lot of the Republicans, especially the pro-Trump Republicans, to say, we are going to vote on Election Day. We don't trust mail-in voting.
So keep that in mind, guys. Right now, it may look like Degrees in Defiance said, no way Katie is winning. That's BS. She's horrible. Yeah. These are the mail-in votes. Okay. They haven't gotten to the people who voted today yet in person. So just keep that in mind when you see the lead that they have. Expect that to shrink. Now, that doesn't mean that they may necessarily lose, but I would expect that lead to shrink. So I'm glad that he mentions that.
There's going to be a lot more Republican votes to be counted in Arizona. But even so, David, this is going to become a very interesting race to watch over the course of the night, because you are seeing a significant lead with a significant chunk of the vote in, over 50% of the vote in.
Coming in, John, thank you. Also has news coming in on two key House.
Okay. So once again, and I didn't hear anyone mention this one yet, but once again, Charles Booker has lost again. Charles Booker was running against Rand Paul here for Senate. 82% of the vote is in. They've already made the prediction here that Rand Paul is going to be the winner, and Charles Booker loses another election again. Charles Booker was another one who said he was progressive, his last campaign. And this time around, this campaign, I watched him move his messaging and his campaign a little bit further to the right, to the point where he just kind of sounds like a shit lib now. He don't really sound like a progressive. And look at the support. Like the support. This is why I keep telling people the middle of the road, milquetoast message is not resonating with people with the way that they thought that it would, right? Running solely on identity politics is not reaching people the way that they thought that it would. So once again, Charles Booker has lost again. Yes, thank you, Leroy. Charles Booker is no different than Beto. That's right. They are pretty similar. Okay.
Races tonight. Again, Republicans need a net gain of 5. These are 2. One is a flip. One is a Democratic victory. We're gonna dive into both of them with Rachel Scott. She's standing by at the board right after the break. Our live coverage of Election Night 2022. And again, those numbers from Arizona are going to be very interesting to watch over the course of the next hour. The race for governor, the race for Senate there, and what these numbers mean. They're early, and it's great that John points.
So these are the numbers they have here. Republican 42, Democrat 41, Senate at this hour. Who did I miss? I thought we hit all of them. Okay, North Dakota, South Dakota, Kansas, Oklahoma, Missouri, Arkansas, Louisiana, Alabama, Florida, South Carolina, Kentucky. I missed Indiana. That's who I missed. Indiana also went to Republicans as well. And then for Democrats, Colorado, Illinois, New York, Vermont, and they blur this one out. Maryland. That's what they have so far. They are going to a break. I'm going to jump back into these ballot measures just to see if there is any update here. I'm particularly going to check the marijuana ones just to see if there was any type of change. So let's go ahead and see. So we saw, skip Arizona because we already know about that one. We're going to go back to, I know Missouri was one of them. Yeah, we talked about that one. That one looks similarly the same. That's Kentucky. Again, that's the constitutional right to abortion. and 52.5% are saying no, 52.4% no, 47.6% yes. And then we do want to jump back. Marijuana in Maryland, it's still leaning yes. So that is 54%, and that's probably going to pass in Maryland. Michigan, right to abortion, 55.9% yes, and 44.1% no. Going to 28%. I want to get back to the one, Missouri, legalizing marijuana. I don't think this one has really moved, you guys. I'm sorry to tell you, for those of you who are there, 32% in. Really? You think it'd be more than that now? 51.7% are still saying no to legalizing marijuana in Missouri. 48.3% say yes to legalizing marijuana. It's still close, but honestly, it shouldn't even, I don't know. It should not be that close. What in the world kind of okay, Montana, referendum 131 requires medical care for infants born alive. Okay. 61.3% no. 38.7% yes. Only 7% is in. North Dakota is still saying no to legalizing marijuana, you guys. It's still trending further that way. I don't get it. 54% in, so that's probably not going to pass. And we're going to go down here to Nebraska. This one wasn't here before. It's here now. Increase minimum wage to $15 per hour. So far, it's heading in the right direction. Yes, 59%. 41% said no. This is an example of a red state supporting a progressive policy, because this was a part of the Bernie Sanders platform. Other progressive politicians' platform was increasing that $15 minimum wage. See what I told you about passing it on the state level versus trying to wait for the government, the U.S. government, to do it? You know, when they voted on it, 7 Democrats voted against it in the Senate, and one of them that voted against it was an independent. So this is what I'm saying. It was shut down on the federal level. So more people are trying to pass it through the states. Right now, in a red state, it looks like this is going to pass. Same thing with Florida. It passed in Florida as well. Again, these ballot measures are incredibly important. And I think that every state should be a ballot initiative state. And you can actually fight to make that happen as well. 10% is in, but that looks like, I think that's probably going to pass. I'm going to go ahead and predict that's going to pass. Let's go down. The West Coast people, you guys got to get with it. I don't know. Like, I ain't got time to wait for you guys. That 3-hour difference, I can't. Here it is. Again, South Dakota is a no for legalizing recreational marijuana. It's still going in that direction. 36% is in. And I don't know why Vermont isn't in. You guys are so late. We're going to flip back over to CNN, and then we're going to get ready to wrap up, guys. Let's see if there is any more updates.
To vote. Your vote's cast. We know. We move on to the next.
9 seats are at stake in the 4 states where polling places are about to close. 15 of those seats are competitive, most in California. We're also going to be watching the Senate race in Washington state in the hour ahead. Incumbent Democratic Senator Patty Murray seeking re-election after serving 30 years in the Senate. Her Republican challenger, former nurse and first-time candidate, Republican Tiffany Smiley, is positioning herself as a political outsider. The governor's race in California is also on our radar. The incumbent Democrat Gavin Newsom is a national figure who prevailed over a 2021 recall effort. He now faces Republican challenger State Senator Brian Daly. Newsom has a clear advantage in the state where Democrats outnumber Republicans 2-1. Will he take a victory and go on and run for president? That's a question we're all asking. In the Oregon governor's race, former State House Speaker Tina Kotek is running to keep the governor's office in the hands of Democrats. Her Republican opponent is former State House Minority Leader Christine Drazan, and there's a potential wild card, Betsy Johnson, a former Democratic state senator who is running as an independent candidate. Almost anything could happen in Oregon when it comes to the governor's race there. Polls are closing out west just minutes from now. Well, let's turn back right now to the nail-biter Senate race in Georgia. Jeff Zeleny is at the headquarters of Republican candidate Herschel Walker. Jeff, Walker spoke just a little while ago?
He did, Jake. He came down here to the hotel ballroom and he said he simply wanted to thank his supporters. And his message was, hang in there a little bit longer. He said he came here to win. He got in this race to win. And he gave an upbeat and very brief message. So there was no declaration of victory. There was no talk about the process. He said he was simply here to win and just to urge patience. So that's what obviously everyone here in Georgia is going to be, is patient for this, because this Senate race has been seesawing back and forth all night long between Raphael Warnock, the Democratic incumbent senator, and of course Herschel Walker, the Republican challenger. Now, just a few thousand votes, about up to 30,000 or so votes separate them. Herschel Walker has the narrow edge, but the Walker campaign tells me they believe that some rural counties, the vote is still out in some rural counties in northern Georgia, where they're fairly optimistic about the election day vote that benefits them. However, the Warnock campaign is still looking at votes here in Atlanta and around the suburbs.
Seabrass said Warnock is losing to Black Joe. Wow, 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 wow.
They say there is still vote out there for them as well. But Jake, one thing is clear tonight as this moves forward, that Herschel Walker is underperforming Republican Governor Brian Kemp in his reelection effort. He is leading Democrat Stacey Abrams by a wider margin. So clearly some questions here. And one thing, split ticket voting. We've been wondering all season long if there would be coattails or split ticket voting. Definite split ticket voting, but the question here is, can Governor Kemp still bring Herschel Walker over that finish line to 50%? We'll find out in the coming hours, but indeed it could take that long.
That's right.
That's right. This could take, you may not find out till tomorrow morning, honestly, with the way that things are going with that particular race. But another thing I want to point out, again, this means at least for this race in Georgia, people didn't vote down ballot, guys. People didn't vote down ballot. If Brian Kemp has a wider lead over Stacey Abrams than Walker has over Warnock, that means people didn't vote down ballot. So some people may have went to vote and they may have voted for Warnock and they may not have voted for Brian Kemp or Stacey Abrams. Or some people may have voted for Warnock and voted for Brian Kemp just because Stacey Abrams pissed them the fuck off with her comments. You see, this is the thing. Like, it happens sometimes where people are like, well, I know I may be a Democrat, but I really don't like her. This is important for people to really grasp. And I think, you know, regardless of what happens, Stacey Abrams is going to come up with more excuses, of course, right? But what they should be asking is, why weren't people voting down ballot? Israel said, Sabby Sabs, Warnock did a Hillary Clinton. This has got to be one of the biggest election fails since 2016. This is real buffoonery. That's right. You can't shame the voters. You can't call people names and be like, oh, my poll numbers are low. Because the stuff that she said about the voters, I was just like, look, I want to remind everybody, Stacey Abrams is a millionaire now. Yeah, that happened, right? She's a millionaire now. So even if Stacey loses, Stacey will be all right. Just keep that in mind. She'll be fine.
Right, with 83% of the vote in, Walker has 49.7%, Warnock 48.4%. If it stays like that, and there's still a lot of votes to count, stays like that, it will go to a runoff. Let's go to Warnock headquarters in Atlanta right now, where we find our Eva McKen. And Eva, what are you hearing from Warnock campaign folks?
Well, Jake, there is a whole lot of cautious optimism here. Close aides, the campaign manager just leaving the stage, not saying a whole lot, just maintaining that they are feeling good. I did speak with a Democratic strategist working with the campaign, and he says, look at DeKalb County, look at Fulton County, look at the major areas around Atlanta. That is where they are tracking tonight. They are looking to see if the Biden voters from 2020 are going to stick with them. They're also feeling good about these.
Why would they stick with you after you canceled those $2,000 checks? You think they forgot about that. Oh.
Split ticket voters because it is splitting in a way that seems to be good for Senator Warnock. And overall, they are confident in the strategy that they have employed here for the past several weeks by really characterizing Warnock, who is a reliable Democratic vote, but characterizing him as a moderate, as someone who can appeal to a wide swath of Georgians. All of.
Okay, let's go over to Texas.
That when you come here, Donald Trump, so Ron Johnson overperforming Trump by a little bit as we go through it again. I just want to check the percentages because the percentages can change when you have a mix of which vote is counted, early vote or election day.
No, I think the race was just called in Texas. Let me see if I can get that on the screen. I'll let him finish talking, actually, while I do that.
But if that holds up, that bodes well for Senator Johnson in the sense that you have Milwaukee here. You have more of a swing area right here in the eastern parts of the county. As you move into the western parts of Waukesha County, it's Republican territory, and that's where Republicans need a healthy margin here.
This isn't something we really were looking for as opposed to Pennsylvania and Georgia, but is Mandela Barnes underperforming Governor Evers?
I don't know if we have that built in just to check it, but let me look to see if we kept it. I don't believe we have it here as we come through. No, we do.
Well, we can just look at the number.
I can get it for you. I was trying to do it the easy way, but we can do it. We can do it the harder way just by.
You guys are unorganized and you sound really nervous, and it's making me feel a little unsettled. I'm going to move over to ABC. Maybe ABC has that up now, but yes, I did just Google it. So Beto O'Rourke has lost again, which I predicted, by the way. I called it months ago and I was like, and he's probably going to lose again because people not feeling you, bro. You jump up on tables and be like, I'm born for this, man. I was made for this moment. Like, nobody's feeling that shit. It's just like, it's like you're like, I don't know. Like, you just want a lot of attention. You need a lot of attention that we can't give. So it's just, we understand. Like, we see you for what you really are. Let's see if they have the update here on ABC.
Well, we told you it would be a long night full of surprises. We're back here at 11 o'clock in the east, 8 p.m. in the west, with polls now closing in 4 more states: California, Idaho, Oregon, and Washington. Just 2 states still voting: Alaska and Hawaii. Wouldn't it be nice to be in Hawaii right now? Anyway, here's a race that we're looking at this hour. This is the Pennsylvania governor's race, and we can now project a winner. Josh Shapiro has won in the race for governor in Pennsylvania. A lot of attention on him and a lot of attention on the state, obviously. Could he possibly, at the end of the night or at the end of a couple of days, help John Fetterman? Or will there be split ticket voting? Dr. Oz and his campaign working so hard to try to encourage some of Josh Shapiro's voters to come their way. These are questions we simply don't have answered yet. But we can tell you, though, with 71% of the vote in, Josh Shapiro now the new governor of Pennsylvania tonight. In Ohio, the news just before we went to the break tonight, J.D. Vance will be serving Ohio in the Senate. He is the projected winner in that race against Tim Ryan. Tim Ryan gave it a fight.
Snap! What'd I tell you? What did we say? What did we say, guys? What did we say? Didn't we call that shit? Did we not call that shit? We called it earlier. Look at this. So J.D. Vance is already the projected winner for Ohio. So Tim Ryan, not having a good day, not having a good night. This shit is embarrassing. The Trump-backed candidate won. Let's go on. Let's hear what else he says. I want to see if he brings up O'Rourke, but I do have another thing if he did.
In the night, which we expected, given the way they count their returns, J.D. Vance now projected the winner in that Senate race. He'll replace Rob Portman. To Georgia, we continue to follow this very close race tonight. All eyes on Georgia. The incumbent there, Raphael Warnock, slightly behind Herschel Walker now. We predicted that the way the votes come in, that this could be the situation we watch unfold in Georgia. 85% of the vote in, though, and look at that. It's pretty much a dead heat at this hour. We'll continue to follow this. The governor's race, much different from the Senate race there. Governor Brian Kemp with a very healthy lead over Stacey Abrams, 53 to 45. The question again.
It keeps getting worse. She keeps dropping lower and lower. 45.4%. Jesus.
Again, Brian Kemp's success, his apparent success at this hour with 85% of the vote. Will he help Herschel Walker potentially across the finish line as well? No pun intended there. California governor tonight, Gavin Newsom in California. The polls have just closed, and we can now confirm that he will serve that state as governor yet again. He had that recall, did better in the recall than the first time he was elected, now re-elected as governor of California. A lot of attention on Gavin Newsom because of his willingness to take on Ron DeSantis, to take on Greg Abbott in their own states with ads. A lot of questions about whether he could run in 2024. He has said that he is not running. In an interview with our Matt Gutman, we'll talk to Matt in a bit here to talk about how he answered that question, what he said about Joe Biden, and what he said about his own prospects for running for president. And in the Senate race in California, Senator Alex Padilla is taking a first full term there. He is the one who stepped in after Kamala Harris obviously was elected vice president. He is now.
Okay, those were predictable. I'm bringing in the results right now for Beto and Abbott. So far, my predictions have been pretty right. Okay. All right, Governor, Texas, they've already called it. Here we can see, I'm going to make this a little bit bigger. That's right. So here we can see Greg Abbott wins. It's 63% reporting, but they're already calling it. Like they already said this is over, bud. So and you can see here the typical blue pockets vote blue, the typical red pockets vote red. But they have called this for Governor Abbott. Jesus, this is embarrassing. So not only did Beto lose, Governor Abbott, let me make this larger for the people with the glasses in the back. Governor Abbott had 55.3% and Beto O'Rourke got 43.5%. The Libertarian candidate, Mark Tippett, got 0.9%. He beat Beto O'Rourke by more than 10%. That's embarrassing. So that's it for Beto. Now, I don't know if he's going to run for another race or not. Maybe he'll write a book. Maybe he will write a book. I don't know. But I hate to tell you guys, like, we called it, did we not? Ay. Pachito, any word on important BIs? Yeah, I can do one more run through and then we'll head out. It hasn't changed much from what I saw. I'm gonna double check one more time for that one. Hopefully that first one didn't change at all. Make sure I refresh me. Okay. Yeah. So far, it really hasn't changed much. This one's coming in. These are coming in slow. Those are the ones from Massachusetts. I'll check one more time for these ones here as well. These are coming in slow. But like I said, that $15 minimum wage one, that's a huge one there for Nebraska. Most people are voting yes for that increase so far. But so far, I don't see the changes. So it doesn't look like legalizing marijuana is going to pass in Missouri, and it doesn't look like it's going to pass in North Dakota so far. But it does look like it is likely to pass in Maryland, and in Arkansas, it looks like it is not likely to pass. 57.3% said no to legalizing marijuana, and that's 57% of the vote is in. So unfortunately, that one didn't work out the way that I thought it would across those states. One more live update, and then I am going to do these chats. Actually, let me do that first. Delthea said, I'm waiting on the first anarcho-socialist governor and the anarcho-socialist state house that comes in on their coattails. Yep. Thanks for the super chat. Black nobility. Nobody cares about symbolic nonsense. Where the money at? There you go. Kill your Igorgis. Sabby, you should get an award for election coverage. I gotta tell you, this is my first time doing this, like, just doing this. Like, this is my first time because when I started my show, it was not an election season. So, and I'm doing this by myself. So I was like, I don't know how this is gonna go. We're just gonna wing it and see what happens here. But thank you so much for that. I try. Shout out to Susan J for becoming a Sabby member. Whoop whoop. Whoop, whoop. Susan J's in the house. I said J's in the house. Roger Meadows says VT voters just made abortion a right via the ballot initiative put before them by the legislature. That's right. So Vermont made abortion a right. David, thanks for the super chat. No one votes Republican light. They'll choose the real stuff. And thank you for the super chat, Roger Meadows. Sabs, to check ballot initiative for all, check DM, then put link in chat. I can do that as well. Let's go ahead and check this update happening here on CNN.
Doesn't look like a blowout.
Certainly not. And we have another big projection for you right now. CNN is projecting that in the state of New Hampshire, live free or die, Democratic incumbent Senator Maggie Hassan will be reelected, defeating retired General.
She say, yeah, their state motto was live free or die, but they voted against legalizing marijuana. Like, it passed in the House and it didn't pass in the Senate because of people like Mary Hassan who have this belief that marijuana is a gateway drug. She a little nutty. She a little cuckoo.
John Bolduc. Maggie Hassan will be reelected. CNN is projecting this is a seat that Republicans thought they could win. They thought they could defeat Hassan. They were very bullish. They were talking all week about momentum being their way. And instead, Maggie Hassan, the Democratic senator, holds on to that seat CNN is projecting. Let's look at the balance of power right now in the U.S. Senate. 100 seats. Democrats currently control 43 of those seats, with the Hassan keeping her seat. Republicans have 44 of them. There are 13 seats remaining. Republicans need to pick up one net Democratic seat in order to wrest control of the U.S. Senate. Those 13 seats are what we are waiting to see to determine if they are able to achieve that.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and put this in the chat for you guys because Roger Meadows sent me this. If you want to see all of the ballot initiatives for all the states, here's the link for that. So you can see everything that was on the ballot. So I just put that in the chat. And then I am about to head out. Shout out to Mike for becoming a new Sabby member. Whoop, 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 whoop. And JB says, Sabs, you're still live. I'm about to head out right now, but because I don't have that much storage space left on StreamYard because I didn't delete other things. So I really do have to jet. Like, not that I don't want to be with you guys, but I really do got to get out of here. But thanks, guys. Thanks so much for hanging out with me. Look, this is my first time doing like election night. I hope I did okay. I try. And I hope I brought some local issues to your attention as well. And other than that, it is past my bedtime. Sabby has to go. I'm not here tomorrow. I'm off on Wednesdays. I'll be back Thursday and Friday. Until then, guys, you know how we do this. Have a good night. Keep up the fight and keep an eye on that race in Georgia, because if Herschel Walker wins, I'm going to laugh my ass off because I hate to say it, but I told people so. I told you so, man. See you later. Bye.